Chapter 361. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Up until now he had only been able to unlock because of his serious technique domain and lock-breaking tools. These were all external factors while true lock-breakers relied on their perception of star energy. Under the same conditions Lu Yin was still far inferior to those lock-breakers. At the same level Lu Yin had an incomparable advantage and his speed was also extremely fast. However, once his external advantages were erased, his true colors would be revealed. Casanova relied on his tyrannical strength, powerful star energy perception, unparalleled lock-breaking experience, and lock-breaking tools to offset Lu Yin's advantages. Compared to Casanova, Lu Yin was still too inexperienced. However, Casanova was wrong about one thing. Lu Yin could successfully unlock the source box, but it would take too long. The tree-shaped sourcebox's lock-breaking crisis covered an area of 1,000 meters, and it could absorb the life force of any life form. Anyone who avoided this crisis could attempt to unlock it, even a lock-breaker without any contributions. Of course, it was impossible for an ordinary lock-breaker to unlock this sourcebox, as the energy contained within the dusty tree-shaped sourcebox was too vast. Even Lu Yin had almost been unable to withstand it. When Casanova began to unlock the sourcebox, the surrounding flow gradually surged towards him, and he moved as he unlocked the sourcebox. Lu Yin looked at him with bright eyes. Casanova naturally had his own methods of lock-breaking, and Lu Yin did not understand what he was seeing. "Alright, stop staring at me. There are no similar sourceboxes in the universe, so you have to figure out your own lock-breaking methods. Help me deal with the surrounding dangers, and I promise you that I'll give you the greatest reward after I succeed," Casanova said solemnly. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "I don't want any reward." Casanova's brows rose as he stared at Lu Yin. "I couldn't tell that you had such a big appetite. Alright, help me deal with the surrounding dangers, and you can snatch the sourcebox the moment I succeed as long as you have the ability to do so. However, I'll say this first. Your reward will be gone." "Then it's decided," Lu Yin shouted. He waved his hand and the flow quickly surged towards him. "Seventh bro, don't be silly. That guy is one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings. How can you snatch it from him?" the monkey shouted. Lu Yin lowered his voice. "How do I know if I haven't tried? It's a perceptive intermediate sourcebox and it's tree-shaped at that. Whatever I get from this sourcebox won't be simple. Might be my chance to soar." "Soar? Let me tell you, even if a sourcebox in the form of a living, there's a 90% chance that it's gone. Even if it doesn't disappear most of its abilities, and even if it doesn't dissipate, it will still be useless. Why did you think the lockbreaker was kind enough to keep it?" Lu Yin's lockbreakers. Lu Yin's and then the sourcebox, and the sourcebox to the sourcebox to return to the point of its radiance once again. His Casanovas came to the end. 1 hour, 2 hours. 5 hours went by and everyone's attention was on Casanova. A layer of the complex, dusty energy covering the tree-shaped sourcebox's surface had been erased, but no one knew how thick it was now. Casanova had a serious expression on his face, which was very different from the image he had seen before, as if he was a different person. Casanova Lu Yin also worked tirelessly to attract the flow of energy to prevent it from hindering Casanova. Up in the sky, Mr. Jun sighed in admiration. Compared to Casanova, he was more concerned about Lu Yin. He had comprehended the secret sidestep, which meant that he had an extraordinary innate gift. It would be a waste for him to continue cultivating. It would be better for him to focus on lock-breaking. Mr. Jun wanted to take Lu Yin as his disciple. A few more hours passed and beads of sweat dripped down Casanova's forehead. At this moment the tree-shaped sourcebox had become much thinner, and he was close to successfully unlocking it. Even Lu Yin could feel that the surrounding flow had lessened. Dao Bo and Shichi no longer needed to absorb the flow. "Keep an eye on it and be ready to snatch it," the fish said excitedly. Shichi was helpless. "We can't snatch it. It belongs to someone else." "Stupid, too stupid. This thing belongs to whoever snatches it. Don't worry, with Lord Fish helping you, you'll definitely be able to snatch it." The fish's pectoral fins swayed in excitement. Shichi was helpless. "We really can't snatch it." The fish grimaced. "Stupid female two-legged beast. You're infuriating Lord Fish to death." Lu Yin's expression changed and he looked back at the fish above Shichi's head. Dried fish? He suddenly thought of something interesting. If he met this fish again, would bringing a cat catch it off guard? Hey, male two-legged beast, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a brilliant lord fish before? The fish roared as it pointed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored it as he could not bring himself to argue with the fish. Seventh bro, let me out. I'll stomp it to death. The monkey shrieked. After an unknown amount of time, the sky darkened, and the tree-shaped source box emitted a faint glow. It was close to successfully unlocking it. No one noticed that as the tree-shaped source box was successfully unlocked, many small cracks had appeared on the ground, and the sand on the ground had been sucked into the cracks. It was as if there was a huge space underground. Behind Nine Peaks Mountain, the cracks in the ground continued to expand. This scene should have been reported, but the lockbreakers were all on Nine Peaks Mountain, and the cultivators who were monitoring the area had assumed that this was a phenomenon caused by the lockbreaking process. Thus no one noticed. The tree-shaped source box's glow grew stronger and stronger. Countless people were so nervous that they could not breathe. The glow meant that there was something inside. It was tree-shaped and no one knew what would appear. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he approached the tree-shaped source box. Casanova's lips curled up. Brother Lu, it's almost done. Are you ready to snatch it? Lu Yin clenched his fists. I'm ready. Don't say that Casanova didn't give you a chance. I'll count to 5 and you'll begin. Lu Yin waved his hand and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After counting to 5, the energy that had been sealed off on the tree-shaped source box's surface completely dissipated. What appeared before everyone's eyes was a strange little tree and a round fruit that emitted a soft white glow at the top of the tree. That was the most precious item. The moment the tree-shaped source box was successfully unlocked, Lu Yin flicked his left index finger upwards, and a faint golden glow rose from the ground. He swept it with his energy and tossed it into the sky. The faint golden glow was too conspicuous in the night, and it had appeared from below the tree-shaped source box. Everyone was instantly attracted to it. Gold was naturally more eye-catching than the white one. Casanova had originally wanted to snatch the white fruit, but the moment he saw the golden glow, he subconsciously went for it. Lu Yin, on the other hand, went straight for the white fruit. This golden fruit was the strengthening fruit that he had upgraded after rolling enhance on his die. He had placed it underground when he had decided to snatch it from Casanova, and he had been waiting for this moment. Since he was going to gamble, he might as well gamble big. He might as well throw in a strengthening fruit and use it to attract Casanova's attention, giving him the opportunity to snatch the fruit first. Lu Yin's plan was sound, and he had indeed touched the white fruit before Casanova. However, Casanova was an expert ranked in the top 30 of the top 100 rankings, and his strength was beyond Lu Yin's imagination. His extreme speed far surpassed Lu Yin's, and after obtaining the strengthening fruit, he had touched the white fruit at almost the same time as Lu Yin. There was a thump as both Lu Yin and Casanova grabbed the white fruit at the same time. Neither of them was willing to give way to the other, and the white fruit was unable to withstand the pressure and was crushed in half. The two of them subconsciously attacked each other again, and Lu Yin blasted out with 30 stacks while Casanova slapped out with a palm, using his lock-breaking techniques to break down the star energy. There was a loud boom as the ground trembled and the shockwave from the palm crushed the ground. The small tree immediately dissipated, and Lu Yin and Casanova both fell into the ground at the same time. Lu Yin tightly grasped half of the white fruit and looked up at the other side. Casanova immediately put the strengthening fruit and the white fruit into his cosmic ring and rushed towards Lu Yin. Do you think you can escape? Hand over the fruit. Lu Yin put the fruit away and was about to use the monkey's innate gift of shadow to escape when a furious roar shook the earth from underground. A majestic and terrifying aura swept through the sky, sending both Lu Yin and Casanova flying. It wasn't just them. Dao Bo, Shiqi, Yu Xianzi, and the rest were also sent flying by an indescribable force. Mr. Jun's expression changed. Not good. It's an existence with a power level above 100,000. Everyone escape immediately. He then rushed back underground. Lu Yin floated in the air and looked down at the ground in shock. He remembered Meng Yu mentioning that the savage ape planet had a violent ape with a power level above 100,000, but it should have been exterminated by the vast Earth sect. The one underground should have a power level above 100,000. Lu Yin looked towards the tree-shaped source box. Could it be that the source box had not been left there by accident? Or could it be that this source box had caused a mutation in one of the apes? No matter what, Lu Yin had to leave immediately. Hand over the fruit. Casanova rushed towards Lu Yin and grabbed at him. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. Now's not the time to fight. We'll talk about it after we leave the savage ape planet. Casanova was helpless and he glared at Lu Yin. You're quite capable, kid. You actually managed to steal half of the fruit. Tell me, what was that golden fruit? Casanova, I didn't take half of the fruit for nothing. That golden fruit is a strengthening fruit that's more than 50,000 years old, and it's definitely not any less valuable than the white fruit. After all, no one knows what the white fruit is used for, and its effects must have been greatly reduced, Lu Yin said as he quickly charged towards Xianxia and Zhou Xian. Casanova wanted to chase after him, but the ground rumbled even louder, and an intimidating aura surged out, causing his heart to palpitate. It definitely had a power level above 100,000 and he did not want to die for nothing. Count yourself lucky, Lu Yin. I'll settle this with you the next time we meet. Xianxia and Zhou Xian dodged the terrifying aura that had rushed out from the ground. Lu Yin grabbed the two of them and flew back in the direction they had come from. He could sense that the aura underground was abnormal and it was terrifyingly strong. There was a loud boom as Nine Peaks Mountain collapsed and a giant crack appeared underground. Mr. June and the other powerhouses emerged in a sorry state, their faces pale. In the next moment, two gigantic white claws stretched out, and what appeared before the eyes of countless people was a gigantic violent ape. This violent ape had 9 heads. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. 9 Peaks Mountain? 9 heads? No way. He had specifically looked into this place, but its name had already been lost. After all, there was no civilization on the savage ape planet. However, the name 9 Peaks Mountain had been passed down for countless years, which meant that this 9-headed ape had lived for many, many years. Chapter 362. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the tree-shaped source box and he looked at the 9-headed ape. Was there a connection between the two? Bang! Xianxi's gadget suddenly exploded and her expression changed. A creature with a power level of over 200,000. Run. Lu Yin didn't dare to hesitate and he hurriedly rushed into the distance. The 9-headed ape crawled out of the ground. It was thousands of meters tall and let out a deafening roar. The void cracked and the entire savage ape planet trembled. A normal planet would not be able to withstand the attacks of a creature with a power level of over 200,000. From the perspective of the universe, the savage ape planet seemed to be trembling. Lu Yin led Xianxia and Zhou Xian to avoid the spatial tears. His expression was solemn as powerful attacks swept over them from time to time. He held onto the giant emperor's third eye tightly and used secret sidestep to avoid the powerful auras. Countless people were intimidated by the 9-headed ape's aura. Zhou Xian screamed in fear as she looked down. Lu Yin and Xianxia looked down and saw an army being trampled into a puddle of blood by the ape, including an explorer. In front of a creature with a power level of 200,000, even an explorer was no different from an ant. The 9-headed ape did not have any intelligence and it only knew how to kill and attack. Mr. June teamed up with several cruisers to try and seal it off, but they were unable to do so. It was like a normal person facing off against a wild beast. Intelligence could not make up for the huge difference. Lu Yin still had not left the range of 9 Peaks Mountain, and the void around him continued to shatter. It was the same for Casanova and the rest. Everyone attack the ape's eyes. Mr. June bellowed. Many space-exploring powerhouses attacked at the same time, aiming for the ape's eyes. The ape's 9 heads and 18 eyes were attacked at the same time. It roared and punched the void, causing countless people's scalps to tingle. It was as if the sky had been punched through. Lu Yin felt his chest tighten and beside him, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Xian on the other hand was unharmed. Far away in outer space, the fleet that had been sealing off the savage ape planet collapsed and turned into cosmic dust. Lu Yin looked up with an ugly expression as he could not leave. If he did not deal with this ape, then he would not be able to leave even if he boarded a spacecraft. With the ape's strength, its attack range could reach very far into outer space. Another explosion rang out, and a boundless energy that distorted the void swept through the area. Everyone was like an ant in the wind. Lu Yin held onto Xianxia and Zhou Xian tightly as a figure suddenly smashed towards him. He wanted to dodge, but another wave of energy swept towards him from behind. If he dodged, the figure would definitely be torn to shreds by the energy. Lu Yin had no choice but to tell Xianxia, "Hold on tight to me." He then reached out to grab the figure that was smashing towards him. He then abruptly descended just in time to avoid the shockwave. He looked at the figure in his hand. It was a woman. He couldn't see her face clearly, but he didn't have the time to look. He hurriedly dodged the violent ape's chi. This bunch of idiots, I knew that nothing good would come out of this. I never expected that there would be a big guy hiding here. Lu Yin heard a familiar voice and turned around. It was indeed that unreliable fortune teller who was carrying a broken wooden pole and trying to avoid the attacks. When Zhao Ran saw Xianxia, she immediately shouted, "Good fortune teller, run." Xianxia rolled his eyes. It'd be strange if we could escape. The entire Savage Ape planet. No, the entire region of space around the Savage Ape planet is within its attack range. Unless we can break through the void and escape from the surrounding planets, we can only wait for death. Then what do? Those uncles don't seem to be able to defeat that monster. Xianxia sneered. It'd be strange if they could. That's a creature with a power level of 200,000. Do you know how realms are categorized? An enlighter is what you call an almighty powerhouse. Even if they don't have intelligence, they can still fight over 150,000 people. Those people won't even be able to harm it. Lu Yin frowned. Unless the vast Earth Sect's almighty powerhouses act, we're doomed. There's no time. The nine-headed ape has already awakened, and destroying this planet will only take a few minutes. Once those people can't hold it back, we'll all be finished. At that moment, the woman in Lu Yin's grasp woke up. She looked around and knew her current situation. She thanked Lu Yin, but no one had the time to care about her right now. Underground, red magma was spreading and the entire planet was cracking apart. Mr. Jun and the rest tried to defend themselves, but it was to no avail. Just as Xianxia had said, the ape could destroy the planet in a matter of minutes. If an enlighter were to act, it would only take a single attack to destroy a planet. With a whoosh, the nine-headed ape suddenly soared into the sky. Under the night sky, its enormous shadow covered the entirety of Nine Peaks Mountain as it raised its arm. Xianxia's hair stood on end. It's going to destroy this planet. That idiot. Mr. Jun and the rest were shocked and Lu Yin clenched his fists. Were they really going to die today? No one had expected that the Lockbreaker Society's exchange would attract such a terrifying creature like the nine-headed ape. No one had sensed its existence before, as everyone had been distracted by the tree-shaped source box. Even the Lockbreaker Society had not noticed. Now, if everyone died on the Savage Ape planet, the impact would be huge. Leaving aside Mr. Jun, who was a hunter, Casanova, Dao Bo, Shichi, Lu Yin, and the others all had extraordinary identities. This disaster would be recorded in the annals of history. Everyone stared blankly at the nine-headed ape that had soared into the sky, their eyes filled with despair. An attack with a power level of 200,000 could destroy the heavens and the earth. Not just the Savage Ape planet, but all of the surrounding planets might be destroyed by this attack. The nine-headed ape roared and raised its arm high. Just as it was about to punch down, everyone's mouths suddenly fell open. They stared blankly at the ape's back. No, above its head, where a foot had appeared. No, it wasn't a foot but a claw. Was that a rabbit's claw? Above the ape's head, the void seemed to split open, but it also seemed to disappear. It seemed both real and illusory. A giant rabbit flickering with lightning stepped on the ape's head and disappeared into the void. That feeling was like stepping on a petal, and it disappeared in an instant. Everyone stared at the sky, but it was gone. Had they been hallucinating? However, the next scene made everyone realize that it had not been a hallucination. The nine-headed ape had fainted. Lu Yin was in disbelief. What was this? Xianxia's mouth hung open as he fiddled with his fingers. A violent ape with a power level of 200,000 has been stepped on by a rabbit? Where did this rabbit come from? Even a rabbit has gone crazy? With a boom, the nine-headed ape crashed to the ground and fainted. Its body flickered with lightning from time to time, and much of its flesh had been charred. Everyone was stunned. That was a creature with a power level of 200,000. Mr. Jun and the others could not even injure it, but it had been stepped on by a rabbit. Where had this rabbit come from? That was what everyone was thinking. Where had this crazy rabbit come from? Brother Lu, I think I saw a rabbit, Zhou Ran said adorably. Lu Yin frowned and he was a little confused. Seventh bro, I saw a rabbit as well. It's so big and it's so awesome, the monkey said in a daze. Everyone landed on the ground and looked at the enormous 9-headed ape. Mr. Jun inspected the ape and his expression turned grave. It won't wake up for a while. It's completely fainted. It was electrocuted. Countless people relaxed as the 9-headed ape had almost killed them all. I don't understand what you two-legged beasts are so afraid of. With Lord Fish here, forget about 200,000. Even if it had a power level of 2 million, Lord Fish can whip it to death with a single tail. The fish on Chi-Chi's head spoke up, taunting the entire crowd as usual. This time it even included the 9-headed ape. Many people rolled their eyes as this fish had been so frightened that it had cried out. Chi-Chi felt embarrassed and she hurriedly ran away. Lu Yin raised his hand and approached the ape, but before he could even touch it, his fingertips went numb. He could feel the power of thunder and it was no ordinary thunderbolt. Even with his physical strength, he did not dare to touch it directly. It was no wonder why the ape had been electrocuted unconscious. Mr. Jun was using his gadget to communicate with someone, most likely the Lockbreaker Society. That rabbit was too unusual, as powerhouses with a power level of over 200,000 were very rare in the universe. But one that had been trampled unconscious by a single foot meant that its power level was at least 250,000. Such a powerhouse was too terrifying, and it was just a rabbit. In the human domain, this matter was enough to cause the Hall of Honor to intervene. Alright, everyone should leave. The savage ape planet is in danger of disintegrating at any moment, Mr. Jun said. Many people hurriedly left. Brother Lu, let's leave as well, Xianxia said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. I'm injured. Wait a moment. He then found a secluded place to avoid the crowd. Xianxia was puzzled as she did not see any injuries on Lu Yin, but she did not ask any questions and just waited quietly. Xianxia was muttering to himself as he circled the ape, but no one knew what he was doing. Zhou Ran followed him with great interest as she had always thought that Xianxia was an expert, which made him feel helpless. Trash, don't follow me. Xianxia barked. I'm Trash, kind fortune teller. Thank you for reminding me. Zhou Ran was very happy. Xianxia was speechless. Casanova looked around trying to find Lu Yin's figure, but after some thought he decided against it. The white fruit had already been split in two and he could not restore it. He had even obtained a golden fruit, so it was not a loss. Furthermore, he had already agreed to let Lu Yin steal it, so he could only forget about it. Elsewhere, Lu Yin hid in a secluded area and placed his cosmic ring to the side to prevent himself from rolling possession. He raised his hand and his die appeared. I hope I can roll it. He then tapped the die. The last time he had rolled it was in Astral 10 and it had been about a month since then. It was time. The die spun rapidly before finally coming to a stop at one point. Lu Yin subconsciously looked around, afraid that something like cross-dressing would appear again. Thankfully, a technological weapon appeared this time, but it was useless. He tossed it aside and used a cube of star crystals to restore the die before rolling it again. The second time was possession, but it was useless. He quickly rolled it a third time. When the die stopped spinning, Lu Yin looked at the number and was overjoyed. Possession. He rushed out without a second thought, almost tearing through the void to appear beside the ape, giving Xianxia a fright. Lu Yin reached out and approached the ape, his fingertips numb as a strand of lightning coiled around them. Xianxia's eyes went wide. Trash, are you looking to die? Is this something you can touch? Lu Yin grinned. I'm just curious. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Trash. Chapter 363. Lu Yin didn't care about Xianxia's attitude. At this moment he was overjoyed because a thunderbolt symbol had appeared on the die's face. 5 pips. Borrow an innate gift. If a cultivator's innate gift was touched within 10 seconds, the innate gift could be borrowed into the die. He had just borrowed the innate gift of the thunderbolt rabbit. The lightning rabbit had been able to stomp the 9-headed ape unconscious, so there was no need to talk about its strength. The power of its lightning was unimaginably strong, and even though Lu Yin had only come into contact with a sliver of it, he was still looking forward to seeing the power of that sliver. Lu Yin was borrowing an innate gift, not the user's battle prowess. He had only borrowed a lightning innate gift, but he was still looking forward to it. He felt that this lightning was extraordinary. He just didn't know if his body could withstand it. Mr. Lu, thank you again for saving me, the girl said. Lu Yin smiled. You're welcome. The girl handed him a number. I'm Ling Yan, one of the Outerverse managers of Daystar Shipping. Lu Yin was shocked. Daystar Shipping? Before coming to the Nine Peaks Mountain, he had heard Zhou Xian introduce this company to him. It was a rather wealthy corporation. It seems that Mr. Lu has heard of Daystar Shipping, Ling Yan said with a smile. Lu Yin nodded. Of course I've heard of a well-known tycoon in the universe. I never thought that Miss Ling Yan would become a manager at such a young age. Impressive. I can't compare to you, Mr. Lu. I'm the champion of the tournament of the strongest, and I'm also a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. After this lockbreaking, I'll definitely rise in star, and my future prospects will be limitless. I hope that Mr. Lu can take care of my business in the future, Ling Yan politely replied. He could not stay on the savage ape planet any longer, so he left with Zhou Xian and Zhao Ran under Casanova's strange gaze. When he had first arrived, he had spent several days searching for the sourcebox's location. Now, however, he was able to tear through the void and arrive at the spacecraft's landing site in just a few hours. Looking at the cracks in the ground and the half-sunken spaceship, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had been worried that the spaceship would be destroyed. After all, the entire savage ape planet was on the verge of collapse. Not long after, 2 personal spaceships entered space. Lu Yin turned back to look and his eyes widened in shock. The savage ape planet was very different from when he had first arrived, and there were now several giant cracks in its surface. From outer space it looked like a huge crack. However, compared to the entire savage ape planet, it was a fault that stretched endlessly. The 9-headed savage ape had almost shattered the savage ape planet. This trip to the savage ape planet could be considered a narrow escape, and he had almost died. He looked at his cosmic ring, not knowing what the white fruit was for. He decided that he should ask someone about it when he returned. Seventh brother, what does fortune-telling mean? I'm sure you've looked at the dead, but when have you looked at the dead? Speaking of which, how can a dead person look you in the eye? The monkey asked. Before leaving, Xianxia spoke to Lu Yin once more. He met the gaze of the dead, and this time, Lu Yin could tell that it wasn't a king but a dead person. She had even added that Lu Yin was an inauspicious person. Her tone was quite frightening, and Lu Yin felt uncomfortable when he heard it. That old man is just spouting nonsense. Do you really believe him? Lu Yin snapped. Of course I know that he's just spouting nonsense, but he's still from the Starsabil sect, so he might have some tricks up his sleeve, the monkey said uncertainly. Lu Yin didn't mind, as he couldn't remember when he had looked into the eyes of a dead person. It was impossible for a dead person to look into their eyes, and there was no point in keeping their eyes open. They were lifeless, so there was no way to look into their eyes unless they were revived. Hold on. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. The arcane art of life and death could revive the dead. Could it be related to this technique? That couldn't be right. Even if it was related to this technique, he was the one who had successfully cultivated it, not someone else. So why would he look into his own eyes? Lu Yin shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He adjusted his route to San Dios, closed his eyes and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. He planned to rest for a while. 10 days later in San Dios, a personal spacecraft smoothly landed at the Prairie Flame Continent's space station. The hatch opened and a young man walked out with a smile on his face as he looked around. Outside the space station, Puyu walked out and looked at the young man. His eyes flashed and he walked over. The young man disembarked from the spacecraft and walked straight towards Puyu. Welcome, Representative Lu, Puyu said with a smile. The young man smiled and greeted Puyu respectfully. This is my first time here, so I hope that Representative Puyu will take care of me. Puyu laughed heartily as he was very satisfied with the young man's attitude. The last bit of worry in his heart had disappeared. Just as he was about to say something else, 2 personal spacecraft descended from high up in the sky. The hatch opened and Lu Yin walked out. Within the Prairie Flame Continent space station, Lu Yin had just walked out when he saw an unforgettable figure. Lu Xiaoga. The young man who had greeted Puyu was Lu Xiaoga. He had been ordered by Night King Zhenwu to come to San Dios. His goal was to suppress Lu Yin's development and also to serve the Night King clan. Lu Xiaoga faced Lu Yin and raised a hand. "Long time no see, brother Lu." Lu Yin's pupils shrank and his figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Lu Xiaoga. He slapped out with his palm, aiming for Lu Xiaoga's head. Lu Yin held nothing back in this attack as he had seen Puyu. He wanted to kill Lu Xiaoga before Puyu could even react. Lu Xiaoga suddenly looked up and his lips curled up. Black and white energy swirled around him as he slowly retreated in the face of Lu Yin's 30 stacks attack. The black and white energy shattered the void around Lu Xiaoga, and Lu Xiaoga's body fluttered like a leaf as he easily dodged Lu Yin's full-powered attack. He retreated 100 meters and landed right behind Puyu. The void collapsed as Lu Yin's palm shattered the void and transformed into 30 stacks that crushed the air, causing countless people in the space station to be unable to breathe. Puyu took a step forward and stared coldly at Lu Yin. "Representative Lu, what are you trying to do?" Lu Yin stared at the empty space in front of him in shock, and he turned around in disbelief to look at Lu Xiaoga. Impossible. How could he have dodged his attack? Even leaders like Dao Bo and Lu Xiaoyan would not be able to dodge 30 stacks so easily unless they were at the same level. In other words, only the publicly recognized true 10 arbiters candidates could easily dodge Lu Yin's attack. However, Lu Xiaoga was definitely not one of them. How had he been able to dodge Lu Yin's attack? It wasn't just Lu Yin. Puyu was shocked as well. He had received news that Night King Zhenwu had sent someone to replace Lu Yin as a representative to exercise his authority. That person had been born in the Great Yu Empire and had a grudge against Lu Yin. That was all Puyu knew, but he had never imagined that this person would have the power to rival Lu Yin. Although Puyu loathed Lu Yin, he was completely certain of Lu Yin's strength. It was impossible for such a freakish limiter to randomly appear in the universe. "Brother Lu, it's been a while since we last met, but your attitude towards me hasn't changed at all." Lu Xiaoga beamed at Lu Yin, looking very relaxed. Lu Yin retracted his hand and looked at Lu Xiaoga. "You've changed a lot in the past few years." Lu Xiaoga shrugged. "You're the same. Since we're old friends, why don't we have a drink?" "Is that power the reason you're so confident in inviting me?" Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Lu Xiaoga smiled. "You could say that. I was also afraid that you would kill me with a single palm." Lu Yin glanced at Puyu. "Why is he here?" Puyu replied leisurely. "Arbiter Zhenwu has decreed that Lu Xiaoga is temporarily acting as a representative to exercise his authority as a member of the Outerverse Youth Council." Arbiter Zhenwu, Night King Zhenwu. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Xiaoga had betrayed Earth and left with Night King Qingyu. Now he had gained Night King Zhenwu's support, and his strength had undergone a drastic change. The power he had just used to avoid Lu Yin's palm was definitely a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin had never doubted that someone like Lu Xiaoga would be able to rise up the ranks, but he had never expected it to happen so quickly. Furthermore, Arbiter Zhenwu was backing him up. Xianxia brought Zhao Ran to Lu Yin's side. Scope. Lu Yin left with the two girls. Within the space station, Puyu watched Lu Yin's departing figure. He could not get the countless pirates out of his mind as well as the power that had severed Darkstar Gorge. He did not dare to go too far in front of Lu Yin, but fortunately the person sent by Arbiter Zhenwu had a deep grudge against Lu Yin, so he could make use of him. However, Puyu turned to look at Lu Xiaoga. This person was not simple and even Puyu was afraid of that power. Lu Yin brought Zhao Ran to San Daoist as a representative. She did not remember anything from before and Lu Yin could not just throw her away, so he could only bring her along. Xianxia had been wronged as the two women had been squeezed into a single personal spacecraft for over 10 days. Zhao Ran was very curious about San Daoist and she constantly looked around. She was not troubled by the fact that she had lost her memories. "Do you like her?" Xianxia looked at Lu Yin strangely. "I just sympathize with what happened to her. Help me find a place for her." Lu Yin then left. He was not in a good mood. Back on Earth, Lu Yin's greatest enemy had been Lu Xiaoga. When he had still been a normal person, countless people had turned into zombies. Lu Xiaoga had then bombed an entire city, leaving Lu Yin with unforgettable scars. Although those scars had disappeared due to his cultivation, Lu Yin could not erase the pain from his memories. Lu Yin's greatest regret was that he had not been able to kill Lu Xiaoga back on Earth. Now that he was facing Lu Xiaoge again, he was still unable to kill him. This made Lu Yin feel very sullen. He had been cultivating for the past few years and had reached such a high level, but Lu Xiaoge had not fallen behind at all. His strength was just as unfathomable. Lu Xiaoge's appearance had not only brought out Lu Yin's deep-seated hatred, but also his longing for Zhang Dingtian and the others. Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Saruzan and Susan had followed him out of Earth, but they were nowhere to be seen. He did not know if they were dead or alive, but if they were not, then where were they? Lu Yin stood at the edge of San Dios and looked down. He was at the top of the world, but that was only relative to the Prairie Flame continent. Compared to the 10 arbiters, he was still an ant, and the 10 arbiters were also ants compared to those old freaks with power levels in the hundreds of thousands. What about those old freaks? Were they really at the peak? Lu Yin would never forget the scene he had seen on his way to the border war front. A group of people who thought that they had explored the universe did not know that they were just the observation targets of a higher civilization. They were just one step away from the truth and they would never be able to see it. This was the tragedy of a civilization falling behind, and cultivators had their own tragedies. Chapter 364. Lu Yin raised a hand and grabbed at the air. Perhaps there was a higher civilization just a step away from him that was observing him like he was observing Xiaobai. He laughed at himself. It was not impossible. Destiny was determined by the heavens, and who knew who that heavens were? If Lu Yin wanted to, he could give any person on the Prairie Flame continent a great opportunity, and that person would view him as the heavens. Then who was the heavens that viewed him as an ant? Was it someone with a power level in the hundreds of thousands? Or was it the Dream Finger? Seventh bro, who was that person? You seem to hate him a lot, the monkey asked. Lu Yin looked up at the sky with a melancholy expression. He had unknowingly been overthinking things. It has nothing to do with you. The monkey shrieked, damn seventh bro, we're one. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? If he's your enemy, then he's my enemy as well. Tell me and I'll curse him to death. Lu Yin frowned as the monkey was becoming more and more strange. How should he put it? At first, the monkey had been relatively cold, but as time passed, he had become a chatterbox. Was this his nature, or was he lonely because he was trapped in Lu Yin's arm? He had let himself loose. Monkey, are you lonely? Lu Yin asked. The monkey froze and did not speak for a long time. Seventh bro, what do you mean? Sometimes you talk too much. The monkey fell silent. Ding. Lu Yin's gadget beeped with a notification from an unknown number. It was a conversation log. Representative Lu has just arrived in San Dios, so you might not be familiar with the situation. Lu Yin is arrogant and he abuses his power. He even colludes with pirates. I know why Arbiter Zhenwu sent you here, but I have to remind you to be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Counselor Puyu. Lu Yin and I are old friends, so I know a little about him. Good. Where does Representative Lu plan to start? Does Counselor Puyu have any good suggestions? I don't have any suggestions, but this person comes from the same place as Representative Lu. Perhaps we can start from there. Thank you for the reminder, Counselor Puyu. I wouldn't dare to say that, but I'm just saying a few words. Right, there are many things you can ask Baser. He used to be in charge of the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, but he has a grudge against Lu Yin and is currently imprisoned. Understood. This detailed conversation had come from Puyu and Lu Xiaoge, and the person who had sent it to Lu Yin was none other than Lu Xiaoge. Brother Lu, let's talk. Lu Xiaoge sent a message to Lu Yin. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Sure. Two people who came from Earth had embarked on different paths, but they met at the same place. To Lu Yin, Lu Xiaoge was someone he had to kill, but he couldn't do so at the moment. Besides, he wanted to see what Lu Xiaoge wanted to do. They were still at the edge of San Dios when Lu Xiaoge slowly walked over. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, and there was an indescribable charm about him. He stopped 3 meters away from Lu Yin. Brother Lu, the scenery here must be beautiful. I don't believe that you can block my attack. It's not impossible for me to kill you. Lu Xiaoge's lips curled up and he walked over to Lu Yin's side. That's right. Brother Lu is unequaled in the Lemaitre realm, and he's a publicly acknowledged 10 arbiters candidate. At the very least, there are no more than 5 people in the Lemaitre realm who can withstand Brother Lu's killing intent, and that doesn't include me. Then why did you dare to meet me alone? Lu Yin turned to look at Lu Xiaoge, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. Lu Xiaoge stretched lazily and raised his right hand, palm facing down. Brother Lu, guess what I saw? Lu Yin did not answer. Lu Xiaoge's tone was high. Ruler. He then looked at Lu Yin seriously. This position allows one to rule over the entire Prairie Flame continent, just like how you used your authority as a counselor to decide the life and death of Firesmelt planet. I saw this. Lu Yin sneered. Lu Xiaoge, don't try to trick me. I've never ruled over anyone. Brother Lu, you misunderstand. Someone like Puyu is not attractive to me. Although he's a counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council and is even on the top 100 rankings, he's not on the same level as Brother Lu. I'm not that short-sighted to work with him to deal with Brother Lu, Lu Xiaoge said disdainfully. Lu Yin laughed. Dealing with me is not just Puyu's idea but also the idea of the person behind you. You're confident that with Arbiter Zhenwu I won't dare to kill you. That's what you're relying on. Lu Xiaoge smiled. On one hand, the real reason why I'm not afraid of Brother Lu is not Arbiter Zhenwu. I believe that even if Brother Lu kills me, you're confident that Arbiter Zhenwu won't be able to touch you, just like how you saved Zhou Day Night. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Lu Xiaoge knew more than he had expected, which proved that this person's status in the Day-Night clan was not low. Brother Lu is like me and we both want to rule. That's what I'm relying on, Lu Xiaoge said confidently. Lu Yin's eyes were filled with disdain. I've already said that I've never wanted to rule over anyone. Wrong. Brother Lu's actions are to rule. Would Brother Lu allow the Great Yu Empire's throne to fall to someone else? Even if it's Wendy Yushan, would Brother Lu allow the position of counselor to be lost? Would Brother Lu allow someone in the same realm to be above you? All of this proves that Brother Lu's ambitions are greater than the heavens, Lu Xiaoge said sharply. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop Lu Xiaoge. Lu Xiaoge, there's no need to guess my thoughts. Your words are laughable. Is this how you managed to curry favor with Arbiter Zhenwu? A hint of a smile flashed across Lu Xiaoge's eyes. Perhaps. Since Brother Lu doesn't want to hear about this, I'll change the topic. Lu Xiaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Has Brother Lu ever thought about controlling East San Dios? Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he stared at Lu Xiaoge. Are you crazy? Lu Xiaoge smiled. Brother Lu, just treat me as if I'm crazy. I hope that we can work together to deal with Puyu and control East San Dios together. Lu Yin sneered and immediately refused. I know why Arbiter Zhenwu sent you here. First, it's to deal with me, and second, it's to prepare for the Day-Night clan's future entry into San Dios. Rather than working with me, you should think about how to work with Puyu. Lu Yin then turned to leave. Lu Xiaoge looked at Lu Yin's back. From Earth to the Great Yu Empire to Astral 10 and now to San Dios, Brother Lu has done all of this under the premise that you've been prepared. Puyu ordered Bezer to humiliate Brother Lu in the Great Yu Empire, and Brother Lu will not forget that. Lu Yin continued to walk towards San Dios, not stopping at all. Lu Xiaoge continued, saying, given Brother Lu's character, since you've decided to deal with Bezer, you definitely won't let Puyu off. Previously, the pirates attacked more than 100 organizations and the powerhouses cut off Darkstar Gorge. However, these are not Brother Lu's methods to deal with Puyu. It's too obvious. Lu Yin still did not stop, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. I believe that Brother Lu has already made ample preparations to deal with Puyu. In fact, you've already made your move, but Puyu hasn't noticed. Lu Xiaoge's tone was heavy. Lu Yin stopped in his tracks. You're overthinking things. Is that so? I, Lu Xiaoge, was able to enter Arbiter Zhenwu's eyes as an earthling and reach my current position. Although I don't have absolute power or innate talent, I'm still quite good at reading people. I'm certain that Brother Lu Yin has full confidence in dealing with Puyu. Since that's the case, why should I work with a loser? Lu Yin turned around. You were sent by Arbiter Zhenwu to deal with me. If you work with me, aren't you afraid of Night King Zhenwu? Lu Xiaoge smiled. Dealing with you is my goal and the method is mine. However, only I know my true goal. Arbiter Zhenwu is not a god. How about it, Brother Lu? Do you have the guts to work with me so that we can control San Dios together? Lu Yin crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He looked at Lu Xiaoge with interest. I'm very curious. Since you're certain that I can deal with Puyu, Why would you work with me to control Sandios? If I can deal with Puyu, then I can deal with you as well. Lu Xiaoge spread out his hands. It's simple. Because I'm Arbiter Zhenwu's subordinate. Unless it's a crime of betraying humanity, no one can touch me. Brother Lu, take a guess. Do you have the ability to accuse me of betraying humanity? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Betraying humanity? That was the crime that he had accused Puyuan of. If you can't touch me, then let's work together. At the very least, I won't hinder Brother Lu from doing anything. You and I can put on a good show for the arbiters. After all, we're both from Earth and will both serve Earth in the future. Lu Xiaoge smiled. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiaoge and considered how to deal with this person. This was very troublesome. Arbiter Zhenwu's backing was quite powerful, and his reputation had reached a peak after he had thrown Shui Chuanshao into Kuan's swamp. Lu Xiaoge was right. Unless Lu Yin had betrayed humanity, there was no way to deal with him. However, the crime of betraying humanity was not that easy to find. If the Neo-Human Alliance was that easy to find, then it would not have been able to hide for so many years. Lu Xiaoge looked at Lu Yin in distress. Brother Lu, it looks like you still remember your grudge with Earth. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. I won't. Lu Xiaoge helplessly activated his gadget and sent Lu Yin a few names. Lu Yin looked at them in confusion. There were a total of 4 names. Amethyst Trading Company, Aegis, the Nalan family, and Endless Borders. Brother Lu should be clear about one principle. No matter what you do, money is the most important, Lu Xiaoge said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he absolutely agreed with Lu Xiaoge's words. Whether it's personal life or power struggles, there's nothing to talk about without money. Since ancient times, the changes of imperial authority and weaves have not only been fought over powerhouses, but also over resources. These 4 names represent the 4 wealthiest corporations in the Outerverse, and they'll be meeting soon to discuss some cooperation. Lu Xiaoge looked at Lu Yin with confidence in his eyes. What does that have to do with me? Lu Yin asked coldly. Lu Xiaoge's lips curled up. It doesn't seem to matter for now, but who knows what will happen in the future. There might come a day when Brother Lu needs money. I won't need money every day, Lu Yin thought to himself. Chapter 365. Lu Yin looked at the 4 names. He was familiar with the Nalan family, but not to the point where he could gain their support. He had not forgotten that Lulu had shown him the proof of undying Yushan's loan from the Mavis Bank. To the Empire, that was a humiliation. What Lu Yin wanted was support, not a loan. Lu Yin had already set the stage for the Ross Empire, and there would definitely be a war in the future. However, resources would always be a headache, and this matter could not be delayed. Lu Yin looked at Lu Xiaoge. Location: Tyrannical Weave, Myriad City, Lu Xiaoge answered. When? It's not confirmed yet, but I'll let you know when it's confirmed. Lu Yin nodded solemnly. The grudge between us is settled for now. He then turned and left. Lu Xiaoge watched Lu Yin's departing figure and smiled confidently. He had not misjudged this person. Lu Yin was ambitious and capable. Lu Xiaoge liked to work with people like this. Even if he had to pay a price in the early stages, he would be able to get it back in the future. Furthermore, this person could influence the Day-Night clan, which was what Lu Xiaoge valued the most. Lu Xiaoge was not under Lu Yin's control, but he did not know if Lu Yin had made a move against Puyu. Lu Xiaoge's analysis was based on Lu Yin's previous actions, and he was not certain. Regardless, Lu Xiaoge could not work with Puyu. An idiot who had exposed his trump cards had no right to work with Lu Xiaoge. Lu Yin returned to Wendy Yushan's courtyard and suddenly remembered something. He had forgotten to ask about Night King Qingyu, as the man had said that he would go to Earth for revenge. In the past, Night King Qingyu had been a space-exploring powerhouse, and the fact that he had been able to escape from the Day-Night clan meant that he definitely had some extraordinary abilities. The battle back then had been very difficult, and even Lu Yin's cosmic art had been able to suppress Night King Qingyu. Lu Yin wondered if Night King Qingyu would actually go to Earth. Probably not, as Night King Qingyu was looking for Lu Yin, and the person he wanted to take revenge on was Lu Yin. Tyrannical Weave was quite far from Sandios, and it was a full 20 weaves away. However, it was very close to West Sandios, which was equivalent to the western part of the Outerverse. There wasn't much information about Tyrannical Weave on the internet. Perhaps it was because it was too far away, but there was some information about Million City. It was known as the wealthiest city in the world, and even a beggar in that city would be worth a fortune as long as they had the ability to sneak in and beg. There was a saying on the internet that as long as you had the ability to enter Wanqing City, it would have the ability to make you rich. These words made Lu Yin's blood boil, and he couldn't wait to head over to Million City. What he lacked the most was money. It was no wonder that the 4 major corporations were gathered in Myriad City. Only such a city had the qualifications to host the 4 major corporations. Lu Yin stroked his chin. Should he go? With Lu Yin's current status, it would not be of much use for him to go there. He had many different identities, but they all represented his potential. Regardless of whether it was his status as a lockbreaker or as a member of the 10 Arbiters Council, he was still lacking compared to other people who had the qualifications to get investments from the 4 major corporations. However, that might not be the case, as Lu Yin had a very prominent identity. He was the strongest Limiter and a true 10 Arbiters candidate. Even though it was uncertain whether the 10 Arbiters would abdicate when they reached the age limit, Lu Yin was still worth investing in. It all depended on the scale of the investment. Of the 4 major corporations, Lu Yin was very familiar with the Naylan family. If he asked, Madame Naylan would definitely invest, but for some reason he felt uncomfortable spending her money. Perhaps it had something to do with her status as a widow. There was another question. If there was really a corporation that was willing to invest, would it be for his own cultivation? Or invest in the Great Yu Empire? There was a fundamental difference, and Lu Yin pondered this. Lu Xiaoga had officially become an acting counselor and oversaw 7 weaves, which was 3 more than Wendy Yushan's. Arbiter Zhenwu's support was quite strong, and Puyu felt that he had already offended Arbiter Lan. Now he was trying his best to get closer to Zhenwu, so he was unusually polite to Lu Xiaoga. On the surface, Lu Xiaoga and Lu Yin still looked the same, and it was impossible to tell that they had already settled their old grudge. The grudge that Lu Yin was referring to was the time when Lu Xiaoga had bombed a city and almost killed him. Lu Yin had not forgotten about Lu Xiaoga's betrayal of Earth, but it was not his place to care. If Zhang Dingtian and Bai Shui were still alive, then that would be their responsibility. Zhao Ran stayed in San Dios as a maidservant, but there was one thing that was quite troublesome. This girl would forget everything that had happened in the past after a few days, just like now. Who are you? Zhao Ran's eyes widened in confusion as she stared at him with a puzzled expression. Lu Yin was helpless. Don't ask so many questions. Just stay here. Oh, but where is this place? Zhao Ran asked. San Dios. I've never heard of it. Why am I here? I told you not to ask. Just stay here. I'm sorry for making you angry. Oh, I'm defective. Zhao Ran lowered her head, feeling wronged. Lu Yin was speechless. She remembered that word very clearly. This conversation had happened twice over the past few days, and Lu Yin had no choice but to record it down and hand it over to Yu Xianzi. Show this to her if she loses her memories again. Don't ask me about it. With that, he left. You're the one who insisted on keeping her here, Yu Xianzi grumbled. She looked at Zhao Ran's confused eyes. Let's go. I'll show you around again. I'm sorry for troubling you. I'm defective, Zhao Ran apologized. Yu Xianzi was helpless. Don't call yourself defective in the future. On an ordinary day, something unusual happened. A personal spacecraft landed at the Prairie Flame Continent space station, and a beautiful woman walked out. She was dressed in a white tight-fitting jacket with gold trim and wielded a 2-meter-long sword. Her long black hair fell to her waist, and she exuded a tranquil and simple aura. She was Wendy Yushan, and she had just returned to San Dios. Lu Yin, Puyu, Lu Xiaoga, and the rest were all waiting outside the space station and looking at her. Wendy Yushan was a legend. She had reached the top 20 of the top 100 rankings in the Outerverse and was the strongest disciple of the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak. Her fame was not limited to one region, and it spread throughout the entire universe. What was even more well known about her was her charisma. Countless people had gone crazy over her, and Puyu was one of Wendy Yushan's pursuers. Puyu hurriedly stepped forward when he saw Wendy Yushan. Lu Xiaoga sighed in admiration. Brother Lu, you're so lucky. Lu Yin smiled. Lucky? No, this woman wasn't interested in him. Welcome back, Counselor Wendy. Puyu walked up to Wendy Yushan and greeted her warmly. Wendy Yushan was still as cold as ever and she nodded at Puyu. Her gaze swept past Lu Xiaoga before finally landing on Lu Yin. I formally recommended you to Arbiter Lawn for the position of Outerverse Youth Council counselor, but I was rejected. Lu Yin shrugged. That's expected. It's impossible to become a counselor without becoming an explorer. Wendy Yushan coldly walked past Puyu and then disappeared. Puyu felt awkward but he was already used to it so he left the space station as well. As for Lu Xiaoga, he didn't even speak to Wendy Yushan. This was Wendy Yushan. She didn't care about people she didn't care about. Wendy Yushan looked around the courtyard, but her expression didn't change. She calmly looked at Lu Yin. How's Baser? Imprisoned, Lu Yin replied. Wendy Yushan's reaction was indifferent. Lu Yin realized that he hated Wendy Yushan's reaction. It was as if she was always high and mighty, just like how she had looked at him when they had brushed past each other on Xenu Star. That kind of disregard or perhaps admiration was an insult to Lu Yin. You're a counselor of the Outerverse Youth Council, but you don't even know if your subordinates are loyal to you. Furthermore, you're only in charge of 4 weaves. You're such a failure, Lu Yin said mercilessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Barley and the others who had come to greet Wendy Yushan were startled. They hurriedly retreated, not daring to approach. Zhao Ran blinked nearby with a drink in her hand. She didn't know if she should enter or leave. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Are you trying to control me? You could say that. Lu Yin didn't back down. 7th bro, you're awesome. Beat her up. The monkey shouted. Wendy Yushan's eyes gradually turned cold, and the void around her seemed to solidify. Her murderous aura caused Barley and the others to feel a chill in their hearts. This was Wendy Yushan's power. You're meddling too much. Lu Yin was enraged by Wendy Yushan's forceful pressure. He raised his head. I'm the Great Yu Empire's royal regent, a member of the Council of Astral Academy and your fiancé. Barley and the others were completely stunned and they hurriedly ran away. The next moment, a powerful aura swept through San Dios. Wendy Yushan unsheathed her sword and stared coldly at Lu Yin. I acknowledge that you're the closest person to my Yushan family, and I can also acknowledge that you're my only relative. However, take back the words fiancé. Lu Yin stared into Wendy Yushan's eyes and unleashed his domain, isolating her murderous aura. A dark golden light appeared on the surface of his body. This was 5-lined battle force. This marriage was approved by Undying Yushan's imperial uncle. This marriage with my Zishan family will always be valid as long as I, Lu Yin, am alive. Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed as the void around them was torn apart. There was clearly no attack, but the void was as thin as paper, and even Lu Yin's clothes and cheeks were covered in blood. You're too presumptuous. I'm your sister. Wendy Yushan's tone was icy and her face was filled with anger. Lu Yin's eyes widened. I'm your husband. With a whoosh, her sword was pressed against Lu Yin's neck. Wendy Yushan gripped the hilt tightly. You want to marry me? Sure, but you'll have to win against this sword in my hand. Lu Yin glanced at the blade. Although there was no aura circulating around it, he did not believe that Wendy Yushan's sword was any weaker than Lu Xiaoqiu's 13 swords. On the contrary, Wendy Yushan's swordsmanship far surpassed Lu Xiaoqiu's, and it was not something that the current Lu Yin could contend against. Does that mean that as long as I win I can marry you? Lu Yin asked in a clear voice. Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed. Yes. All right. Lu Yin shouted. I'll challenge you in at most 1 year. Wendy Yushan snorted. I meant right now. Are you in such a hurry to marry me? Lu Yin retorted. Wendy Yushan was furious, and her sword emitted an aura that caused all of San Dios to tremble. Even Puyu, Lu Xiaoga and the others were alarmed. Chapter 366. Wendy Yushan glanced at the letter that Lu Yin had placed on her sword. She recognized the handwriting. It was from Undying Yushan. This is the letter that Uncle wanted me to give to you along with this chip. Lu Yin took out the chip and handed it to her. This chip contained one of the greatest treasures in the universe. A secret technique. It should be the same as the secret art that Lu Yin had obtained. This was a secret technique, and as long as he was willing, he could sell it for more than enough money to establish 100 great Yu empires. If he offered it to the Hall of Honor, he would receive at least 10 honor points. What did 10 honor points mean? It meant that if he died an unnatural death, everyone and everything related to his death would be thoroughly investigated by the Hall of Honor, and his death would not be in vain. This meant that he would be exempt from death by the entire human domain. Shui Chuanxiao had betrayed the entire human race and caused half of Endless Weave to fall. Even such a crime could be exempt from death because of honor points, which showed how important 10 honor points were. Lu Yin's heart bled when he gave the chip to Wendy Yushan, but he would not keep it for himself. This was something that undying Yushan had given to his daughter, and he would not be able to live with his conscience if he kept it. Damn, seventh bro, you're really giving it to her? I'm impressed. That's a secret technique. It's enough to keep you safe for the rest of your life. Even if you kill Night Queen Yanqing, as long as you hand over the secret technique, the Day-Night clan won't make things difficult for you. You're giving it to her just like that? The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned and blocked the monkey as the monkey's shrieks were too unpleasant. Wendy Yushan looked at the letter and her gaze wavered. Her fingers trembled slightly. This was the first time that Lu Yin had seen Wendy Yushan reveal such a pained and sorrowful expression. Perhaps this was how she had felt when she had attacked the Ross Empire. After reading the letter, Wendy Yushan destroyed it and gripped the chip tightly. She looked up at Lu Yin with disbelief and moved eyes. Why are you willing to give this to me? This belongs to your family, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan looked at the chip and then back at Lu Yin. You know what this is, right? Yes, Lu Yin said. Wendy Yushan had a strange expression. Do you know its value? He was already reluctant to part with her, but this woman kept bringing it up. The value is that you can exchange it for 100 geniuses who are prettier than you. Wendy Yushan wasn't angered by his words and she sized him up again. Her gaze was unprecedentedly gentle, and there was even a trace of indescribable warmth in it. It was as if she had been touched, but also as if she was a family member. Thank you. Lu Yin didn't mind. Hurry up and cultivate. Don't let anyone steal it. Wendy Yushan looked at him seriously and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. It was a beautiful smile, but it was fleeting and he didn't notice it. Thank you for everything you've done for the great Yu Empire and the Yushan family. I promise you that I'll give you time. As long as you can defeat the sword in my hand, I'll marry you. With that, Wendy Yushan turned and left. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Actually, he had only said this because he was unhappy with Wendy Yushan's attitude. He had no intention of marrying this woman. Ming Yan was still waiting for him to save her. Barley! Lu Yin shouted. Barley hurried over and was surprised to see that Lu Yin was safe and sound. What are your orders, Representative Lu? I need all the information on Xinwu continent, Lu Yin said. Barley grunted and glanced around the courtyard, but he didn't see Wendy Yushan anywhere. She had probably gone into seclusion to cultivate again, which was her usual behavior. That was why her subordinates weren't united and could easily be poached away by Puyu. Not long after, all the information on Xinwu continent was presented to Lu Yin, and he finally knew which powers had attacked Xinwu continent from the very beginning. Mafioso Planet, Battle Street, Myriad Allied Nations. Lu Yin looked through each of the names. There were more than 10 powers in total, which was almost equivalent to the entire Dark Mist Weave. When Xinwu continent had been exposed, it had caused a huge commotion. The Dark Mist Weave had used all of its strength, but they had still been unable to suppress it. They had no choice but to ask for the help of powerhouses from the Innerverse, which had forced Xinwu continent to use the 5 sealing planets to protect itself. Why is Mafioso Planet ranked first? Lu Yin asked. Barley was apprehensive. Mafioso Planet is one of the places where the Outerverse assassination organizations gather. They've produced many assassins and they've even succeeded in assassinating almighty powerhouses. Although they were unable to recover from that setback, they're still a rather terrifying power compared to the Dark Mist Weave. Lu Yin understood. What about Battle Street? It's called a street, but it's actually a place that's similar to a continent formed by hundreds of planets. Battle Street doesn't have much else, but there's only one word for it. Battle. Many important people in the Dark Mist Weave have nothing better to do, so they've spent money to build this place specifically to watch bloody battles. As a result, there are many desperados and many experts among them. Combined with its unique background, it's very influential in the Dark Mist Weave, and it even attracts the attention of important people from the Innerverse, Barley explained. Lu Yin frowned as this battle street disgusted him. It was a place devoid of humanity. The 9 allied nations consists of 9 filaments, and there are hunters overseeing each of them. There's also the following. Barley introduced them one by one, seemingly very familiar with them. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. These powers encompassed the entire Dark Mist Weave, and their background even extended to the surrounding weaves and the Innerverse. It was impossible to remove all of them, and he could not do it. However, if he could not do it, then Xinwu continent would always be coveted. 1,000 years ago he had invited an almighty powerhouse from the Innerverse, and recently he had even invited Xianxia of the 10 Arbiters. Who knew who would be invited next? Lu Yin was worried that Xinwu continent would not be able to hold on. Representative Lu, is there something wrong with these powers? Barley asked curiously. Lu Yin calmly replied, it's nothing. I just participated in Xinwu continent's trial, so I wanted to understand the situation. Barley nodded and sighed in admiration. Representative Lu was first in the Outerverse trial. This result was confirmed by Arbiter Wen, and it shocked the entire Outerverse. Lu Yin laughed. Lu Yin had definitely been first, but many people did not care about the so-called trial. For example, the sword sect's Long Yun had yet to appear, and there was also the possibility that Wu Shang had come from the Neo-Human Alliance. There were definitely more people hiding in the shadows, and their goal was not the trial, but rather the Xinwu continent itself. When he thought about these people, Lu Yin became even more anxious. He was not afraid that they would break through Xinwu continent's defenses, but rather that the Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu. This man was a man of great talent and vision, and he could not possibly place all of his hopes on himself. He would most likely join forces with other powers. Damn it! Lu Yin slapped his forehead. Why hadn't he thought of this earlier? He had actually thrown Zhanlong Day Night into the Reverend King's residence. Wasn't that giving Ming Zhaoshu an opportunity? Lu Yin's eyes flickered and he kept thinking. Based on his understanding of Ming Zhaoshu, not only would he not harm Zhanlong Day Night, but he would also find a way to ally himself with the Day Night clan. After all, the Day Night clan was too powerful in the universe. Lu Yin was inwardly annoyed. He had been so focused on hindering the Day Night clan that he had forgotten about this matter. He did not know how Xinwu continent was doing, and whether the Day Night clan had allied with Ming Zhaoshu. If they did, then what would happen to Ming Yan? Lu Yin was like a gambler who was about to lose all of his fortune. In his eyes, all men were rivals in love, including Zhanlong Day Night. Would Zhanlong Day Night take a fancy to Ming Yan? Would someone from the Day Night clan take a fancy to Ming Yan? Would Ming Zhaoshu use Ming Yan as a bargaining chip? Lu Yin paced back and forth, feeling extremely irritated. If he had known earlier, he would have killed those Day Night clan members to save himself some trouble. Lu Yin looked at the map of Dark Mist Weave and scanned it back and forth as he tried to think of a solution. Barley did not dare to speak, so he quietly waited. Barley, why is this area circled? Lu Yin asked as he pointed at the border of Dark Mist Weave. Barley replied, that's the territory of the 9 allied nations, but it used to be the territory of the Wuri Weave. The Wuri Weave's powers often cause trouble and try to take it back. That area is rather chaotic. It's just a weave. Are the Wuri Weave's powers unwilling to give it up? Lu Yin was curious. Barley smiled. Representative Lu, this weave is rather large, and there's even a planet called Shuda Planet. It's a very unique planet that produces metallic life forms. A large portion of these life forms are composed of polarium, and it's suitable for trials as well as a good place to make money. Every once in a while, the Wuri Weave's powers and the 9 allied nations will fight over Shuda Planet. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Polarium? That's one of the main materials for universal armor? Yes, Barley replied. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Trials, polarium, and making money. An idea flashed through his mind, and his gaze landed on a corner of the Outerverse map. It was Darkstar Gorge. Puyu, since I stole your bushtree planet, I'll return Shuda Planet to you. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Wendy Yushan went into seclusion as soon as she returned to San Dios. Lu Yin knew that she was in a hurry to cultivate the secret art, but the others were used to it. Lu Yin was still the one to replace her. Within San Dios, Puyu, Lu Yin and Lu Xiaoga sat down and discussed some trivial matters. Lu Yin's expression was clearly not good, as his suggestions were either rejected by Puyu or Lu Xiaoga, which made him feel very embarrassed. Puyu smirked, as this was exactly what he wanted. With Lu Xiaoga around, they would be able to suppress Lu Yin and Puyu wouldn't even need to do anything. Lu Xiaoga had Arbiter Zhenwu behind him, and Puyu didn't believe that the power behind Lu Yin would dare to make a move. It would be best if they did, as they could ask the Day-Night clan to cut off all ties. Bang! Lu Yin slammed the table and glared at Lu Xiaoga. "You're going against me, aren't you? You're opposing everything I say." Lu Xiaoga smiled leisurely. "Brother Lu, I'm just trying to find a better solution. For example, you suggested that the youth councils of the various large organizations could be promoted step by step until they reach the Outerverse Youth Council. It's a good idea, but it can't be implemented for the time being, so I can only oppose it." Lu Yin's eyes spat fire and he snorted but didn't say anything. Puyu smiled and raised a hand to stop them. "That's enough. We're both working for the 10 arbiters, so calm down. Let's call it a day." Lu Xiaoga beamed at Lu Yin and then turned to leave. Just as Puyu was about to leave, Lu Yin suddenly called out to him. "Counselor Puyu, please wait." Puyu looked at Lu Yin in surprise. "Counselor Lu, is there something you need?" Lu Yin lowered his voice and said, "My suggestions won't be implemented immediately. I just want to submit them to the 10 arbiters, and I hope that Counselor Puyu will agree. Only a proposal that was approved by more than half of the council could be submitted to the 10 arbiters." Chapter 367. Puyu shrugged. "I'm sorry, Representative Lu, but your suggestion is unrealistic. Like Representative Lu said, it cannot be implemented for the time being. We will not waste our limited resources on something that cannot be implemented." Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at Puyu seriously. The Outerverse Youth Council was not something that could be handled by just relying on one's power level. There were 5 people from East San Dios, and 3 of them had to be on Puyu's side in order to operate. Now that there were only 3 of them, Lu Yin would not be able to do anything if Puyu and Lu Xiaoga worked together. Even if Wendy Yushan showed up, it would be the same since the 2 of them were using their identities as counselors. "If there's nothing else, Representative Lu, I'll take my leave," Puyu said with a smile. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment, Representative Puyu." He then opened up a map of the Outerverse and looked at Puyu sincerely. The matter with Bushtree Planet was not considered properly. I hope that Representative Puyu will not take it to heart. Puyu's lips curled up. "Oh, Representative Lu, are you planning to return Bushtree Planet to Darkstar Gorge as a training ground?" Lu Yin shook his head. "Please do not make things difficult for me. The order has been issued and it cannot be changed." Puyu's gaze turned cold. "If that's the case, then there's no point in saying anything more." Lu Yin hurriedly said, "But I can give you another training ground that's even better than Bushtree Planet." Puyu turned around and looked at Lu Yin with interest. "I'd like to hear that." Lu Yin pointed at a corner of the map. "Shuta Planet, Wuri Weave." Puyu's eyes lit up. He knew about Shuta Planet, which produced polarium and strange metallic life forms. It was indeed a good training ground that could not only increase one's strength, but also make a fortune. "Representative Lu, isn't Shuta Planet part of the Dark Mist Weave's 9 allied nations?" Lu Yin replied, "Of course not. It's part of the Wuri Weave, but it was taken away by the 9 allied nations. Nominally, however, it still belongs to the Wuri Weave." Puyu frowned. He was very tempted, but he also had some misgivings. After all, the Dark Mist Weave was not under his name. "Counselor Puyu, the 10 Arbiters Council isn't a power that fights for territory. We're only here to supervise the younger generation in name. Shuta Planet is registered in the Wuri Weave, and as the person in charge of the Wuri Weave, I have the right to recognize it as Darkstar Gorge's training ground," Lu Yin said with certainty. Puyu looked at Lu Yin and then back at the map. He could not refuse such a temptation, as polarium was extremely valuable. More importantly, he had lost Bushtree Planet, which caused his reputation in Darkstar Gorge to plummet. He had also attracted the attention of a powerful enemy who had cut off Darkstar Gorge, which had caused a lot of discontent. Now he could use Shuda planet to regain his reputation and even temporarily reconcile with Lu Yin. At the very least, that powerhouse who had cut off Darkstar Gorge would not appear again. As for dealing with Lu Yin, he would leave it to Lu Xiaoga. All right, I'll accept Representative Lu's kindness, Puyu said with a smile. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Counselor Puyu. Puyu smiled. No problem, I'm just reporting it to the 10 arbiters. As for the specifics, I'll leave it to the 10 arbiters to decide. However, that's not possible for the time being, so Representative Lu, you should be mentally prepared. Lu Yin did not care about the plan at all. All he wanted was for Puyu to take over Shuda planet and then tangle with the 9 allied nations to share some of the pressure on Shenwu continent. Even though this would not be very effective, it was still a little bit. By the way, Representative Lu, do you remember the power that cut off Darkstar Gorge? Puyu suddenly asked as he stared at Lu Yin, trying to figure out something. Lu Yin was shocked. Cut off Darkstar Gorge? You don't suspect me of doing it, do you? Puyu laughed. Of course not. Representative Lu is just very knowledgeable and wanted to ask around. Lu Yin sighed. Stop joking around, Representative Puyu. I'm just a student. How could I know someone so important? Then forget it. Goodbye. Goodbye. Lu Yin's smile disappeared as he watched Puyu leave the tower. He hoped that Darkstar Gorge would continue to act domineeringly and confront the 9 allied nations head-on. The 9 allied nations were definitely not a match for Darkstar Gorge, and when that happened, Mafioso Planet, Battle Street and the other powers would most likely attack together. Outside the tower, Lu Xiaoga watched Puyu leave happily with a strange expression. He had received Lu Yin's instructions, which was why he had deliberately gone against him. This move was meant to deal with Puyu, but what was the effect? He did not understand and looked back at the tower. Coincidentally, Lu Yin had walked to the edge of the tower and met Lu Xiaoga's gaze. The two looked at each other for a moment before turning to look at Puyu at the same time. This person would not be able to jump around for much longer. Shuda planet's importance was self-evident. Lu Yin had used it as bait to help Puyu regain his reputation in Darkstar Gorge. That night, Darkstar Gorge contacted the 9 allied nations and used the Outerverse Youth Council's name to designate Shuda planet as Darkstar Gorge's training ground. This matter caused the entire 9 allied nations to seethe with excitement. We've been fighting with the Wuri Weave for so many years for Shuda planet. Darkstar Gorge wants us to give up Shuda planet just because of the Outerverse Youth Council's order? Impossible. The Outerverse Youth Council only has the right to judge and monitor the younger generation. They have no right to interfere with a planet's sovereignty. What right do they have to demand that we give up Shuda planet? We disagree. Darkstar Gorge is clearly trying to snatch Shuda planet. The 9 allied nations' reaction was within Darkstar Gorge's expectations. Puyu had never thought that he would be able to obtain Shuda planet with just a single order. However, the 9 allied nations were right. The Outerverse Youth Council did not have the right to determine the training grounds of the various great powers. They had only been able to obtain Bushtree planet because of Darkstar Gorge's military might and Puyu's authority, which had forcefully suppressed any negative influences. Now this was the only way to obtain Shuda planet. However, Puyu suddenly thought of something. Was Lu Yin deliberately trying to get him to snatch Shuda planet so that he could report it to the 10 arbiters and be judged guilty? This thought scared Puyu so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately changed the order so that he would not use his own name to issue the order. Instead, he would use Lu Yin's name to declare Shuda planet as Darkstar Gorge's training ground. Lu Yin was the person in charge of the Wuri Weave, and Shuda planet should indeed belong to the Wuri Weave. There was no problem with Lu Yin's order. Puyu smiled as he watched the video of the 9 allied nations' resistance. Even if they resisted, it would only affect Lu Yin and it would have nothing to do with him. Elsewhere, Barley hurriedly found Lu Yin and informed him of the situation. Representative Lu, this matter must be suppressed. Our council has no right to interfere with a country's sovereignty, especially when it comes to territory. If we do, the repercussions will be very bad. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Puyu was not stupid and he knew that Lu Yin was being pushed forward. Barley, pass down my orders. I suggest that Shuda planet be made a public training ground. I advocate that the various powers provide training grounds that can strengthen the younger generation. This will contribute to the development of the human domain and increase the strength of the next generation. Barley blinked. Suggestion? Advocate? Increase the strength of the human race? Lu Yin nodded. Yes, that's just a suggestion. I didn't explicitly state that Shuda Planet must become Darkstar Gorge's training ground. As for Darkstar Gorge's request to train there, I won't refuse. It's that simple. Barley thought about it for a bit, but he quickly understood. As long as there was no complete confirmation, this matter could not be blamed on Lu Yin. At most, he would be criticized for borrowing someone else's flowers, but the council would not be able to convict him. After all, Lu Yin was only advocating and making a suggestion from a righteous point of view. After Barley left, Lu Yin immediately contacted Xianxia and asked the Great Yu Empire to contribute a few of the more famous training grounds for the younger generation of Frostwave Weave and even the surrounding weaves to train. If he wanted to put on an act, he had to go all the way. As long as he set an example and used righteousness to suppress others, there would be no problem. At most, he would be criticized for being stupid. P was different. Darkstar Gorge was already pressuring the 9 allied nations, and he could not extricate himself. If he did, the 9 allied nations would be the ones to lose face. Lu Yin had never thought of using this matter to deal with Puyu. He just wanted to share some of the pressure from Shenwu continent. Puyu quickly learned of Lu Yin's orders, but he was not angry. He only wanted to make sure that Lu Yin did not intend to use this matter to harm him. Besides, Lu Yin was the one being scolded. What Puyu wanted to do was seize Shuda Planet and turn it into a training ground for Darkstar Gorge, replacing Bushtree Planet. Lu Yin's orders were quickly passed down. The Outerverse Youth Council did not pose much of a threat to the various weaves, but the 10 Arbiters Council behind it was too terrifying. Any random order from one of the Outerverse Youth Council members would cause a commotion. Lu Yin's orders did not just cause a commotion, they caused a torrent of angry curses. This was especially true for the 9 allied nations as they hated Lu Yin to the core. What right does that bastard have to sell off Shuda Planet? Advocate? Advocate my ass. Why doesn't he advocate San Dios as a training ground? This is too much. Sue him. Sue him to the 10 Arbiters Council. It's useless. He's only suggesting and advocating. He hasn't confirmed anything yet, so there's no point in suing him. There are already a few planets in the Great Yu Empire that are being used as training grounds for the universe's younger generation. That bastard Lu Yin is too disgusting. Who the hell would go to the Great Yu Empire to train? That bastard. The entire 9 allied nations was cursing Lu Yin, but it did not affect him at all. He did not care about the 9 allied nations, and he did not even care about the entire Dark Mist Weave. This weave had always been on the opposite side of Shenwu continent, and he would definitely take over Shenwu continent in the future. At that time they would also become enemies, but it did not matter. Furthermore, Leon's armada had given him immense confidence. Although the pirate king Heizij Leon was unreliable and easily made enemies for Lu Yin had to admit that his backing was too powerful. It was so powerful that Lu Yin even dared to directly challenge Night King Jinwu. He did not need to fear the Day-Night clan. This was Heizij Leon's deterrence. Just as Heizij Leon had said, Lu Yin wanted to play, but if he messed up he would be the one to end it. However, the 9 allied nations did not have the time to curse Lu Yin anymore. Darkstar Gorge had already sent a fleet to Shuda Planet to investigate. This decision infuriated the 9 allied nations, and they would definitely not agree to it. However, they were well aware of Darkstar Gorge's strength, which was an almighty power with a power level of 200,000. The 9 allied nations did not have such a powerhouse. Helpless, they could only contact other powers that they were on good terms with, such as Mafioso Planet and Battle Street. They wanted to join forces and resist Darkstar Gorge. Of course, they would have to pay a hefty price. Chapter 368. It could only be said that Polarium was too valuable, and a large portion of the 9 allied nations' economy was supported by it. Shuda Planet was also the planet that produced the most Polarium in the Dark Mist Weave. Without Shuda Planet, the 9 allied nations' economy would collapse, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Yin sighed as he read the news on the screen. Darkstar Gorge had clashed with the 9 allied nations, which would temporarily alleviate the Shenwu continent's crisis and buy him some time. Across from him, Barley gave Lu Yin a strange look. Others might not know, but he was very clear that Lu Yin was the mastermind behind all of this. However, he could not understand why Lu Yin would incite a war between Darkstar Gorge and the Dark Mistweave to deal with Puyu. Impossible, as both sides would not go all out for just one Shuda planet. At most they would just drag it out, but such a move would not be enough to deal with Puyu. War would not start so easily, and neither Darkstar Gorge nor the Dark Mistweave would casually start a war. What they were doing now was wasting time. In the eyes of the 9 allied nations, Lu Yin was a troublemaker who had stirred up their conflict with Darkstar Gorge, but he had also stood on the side of humanity. This caused them to suffer without being able to voice their grievances. You want to know my strength? Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Lu Yin solemnly replied, I want to see how big the gap is between the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. Wendy Yushan's eyes flashed. Top 20? It'll be more than that soon. Lu Yin was stunned. You've already learned it? Wendy Yushan shook her head. It's not that easy, but it won't take long. I'm confident. Impossible, a secret technique isn't that easy to learn. Otherwise, those terrifying powers with secret techniques would have mass-produced experts long ago. The monkey was the first to reject the idea. Lu Yin also felt that it was impossible, as he had never heard of anyone possessing a secret technique. If it was that easy to learn, then it would have been spread long ago. However, this was Wendy Yushan, a nobody from a fringe weave of the Outerverse who had relied on her innate gift to enter the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. More importantly, she was Undying Yushan's daughter and a descendant of the 7 courts with the surname Yu. It was not impossible for her to learn the Yu secret art. Let me give you a piece of advice. Even if you succeed, don't take Zhang Yang with you. You won't be able to protect her. Think about how powerful the Great Yu Empire is, and yet it only has 13 filaments after so many years. Think about what happened to Royal Uncle in the Starfall Sea. Wendy Yushan calmly replied, I know. She then raised her hand to reveal her sword, which was still sheathed in its scabbard. I'll only attack once. Feel it for yourself. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he took a deep breath and adjusted his aura. Then his muscles bulged as his right palm vibrated like a heart, causing layers of ripples to spread out and distort the void. Wendy Yushan's eyes narrowed when she saw this scene, and she inwardly sighed in admiration. It was no wonder why Lu Yin had been able to defeat Beizer and Yanfeng's combined attacks. This power was enough to rival an expert at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. When she had been Lu Yin's age, she had not been this strong. This was the strength of a true 10 Arbiters candidate. You can attack first, Wendy Yushan said. Lu Yin did not hesitate and used Flash to appear beside Wendy. A dark golden light flickered as he released his 5-lined battle force without hesitation. He then raised his palm. 30 stacks, 40-fold shockwave palm. Wendy Yushan did not move as Lu Yin's palm drew closer and closer. He stared intently at her as 9 stars revolved around his body. His domain was fully activated and he wanted to feel the difference between him and Wendy Yushan in his peak state. The palm drew closer and closer, and just as Lu Yin was hesitating whether or not he should continue attacking, there was a whoosh as an endless sword light tore through the void. It then transformed into a white sword light that cut through his domain and caused his dark golden 5-line battle force to collapse. This attack had broken through the overlaying stack's path, and the tip of the sword was pressed against Lu Yin's neck. It was exactly the same as it had been a few days ago. Lu Yin maintained his attacking posture, but his attack had been forcefully stopped by his instinctive reaction to danger. He had a feeling that if he attacked, his palm would be gone. This was the ultimate sense of danger that Wendy Yushan had brought to him. The two stared at each other and the shock in Lu Yin's eyes slowly faded away. He smiled bitterly. It's just one sword. I can't even block one of your attacks. Wendy Yushan sheathed her sword and stood in front of Lu Yin. The myriad swords peak sword techniques are very simple. Sword light fuses into one, and what I used just now was the myriad swords peaks unification technique. It's a simple technique that returns one to their natural state. Lu Yin did not understand. Wendy Yushan continued. Our myriad swords peak does not have as many sword techniques as the sword sect. We only pursue one path, and that's just one sword. When facing an enemy, we only need one sword. If we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. It's that simple. Was that your strongest attack? Lu Yin asked. Wendy Yushan looked at him and a sly glint flashed through her eyes. What do you think? Wendy Yushan had always been cold, and Lu Yin had never seen any other colors in her eyes. She was as charming and beautiful as a fairy, and he was momentarily stunned. Wendy Yushan's expression turned cold once more. Lu Yin pursed his lips and thought back to that attack. Had it really been her strongest attack? Impossible. Even a fool would not believe that someone who could enter the top 20 of the top 100 rankings had not comprehended a domain or battle force. However, that attack really did not contain a domain or battle force. Right, there was also an innate gift. He did not even know if this woman had an innate gift. That attack had only represented the myriad swords peak and not Wendy Yushan at her peak. The further up the top 100 rankings one went, the more terrifying it became. Lu Yin had experienced it firsthand. He had been defeated in a single attack, and the key was that he did not even know how big the gap was between them. He had been too naive to think that he would be able to tell just by fighting Wendy Yushan. Ever since the top 100 rankings was created, very few powerhouses at the bottom of the rankings have been able to enter the top 50 just by cultivating for a long time. That's because those at the top are all terrifyingly powerful, and it's not something that can be compensated for with time. Unless you awaken an innate gift or obtain a tyrannical technique, such opportunities do not appear so easily. Wendy Yushan looked at Lu Yin seriously. Lu Yin probed, then how high do you think I'll be on the top 100 rankings once I become an explorer? You'll be able to enter the top 50 in a year or so, and then you'll be able to enter the top 10, Wendy Yushan answered without hesitation. Lu Yin was astonished. You have that much confidence in me? Wendy Yushan answered matter-of-factly, you're a true 10 Arbiters candidate. The 10 Arbiters are above the top 100 rankings and I've already lowered my estimate. Everyone who breaks through to the Explorer realm will experience different changes. If you maintain your current cultivation talent, then you'll definitely surpass the top 100 rankings one day. Surpassing the top 100 rankings? How tempting was that? Congratulations 7th bro. Your fiancé seems to approve of you. The ghost monkey exclaimed, but he quickly changed the topic. However, if a strong woman like your fiancé thinks that you have a chance of surpassing the top 100 rankings, then everyone else will think the same, including the Astral Beast domain. In that case, we're guessing that your position on the Celestial Vanquishers list might be a little low. You might even be ranked higher. That one sentence ruined Lu Yin's good mood and he blocked the monkey off again. He then asked Wendy Yushan, the Ross Empire is very strong, right? Wendy Yushan nodded silently and then turned to look outside. They're one of the 3 great powers of the blazing mist flow zone, so they definitely have powerhouses with power levels over 200,000. You're right, I was too impulsive. Lu Yin was shocked. You actually admitted it? Wendy Yushan frowned. Yes, she had actually admitted it, but why? She clearly would not have admitted it a few days ago as no one else had the right to judge her. So why had she admitted it to this man? Was he different to her in some way? The two did not linger on this topic for long. Wendy Yushan went into seclusion to cultivate her secret technique while Lu Yin paid attention to the dispute between Darkstar Gorge and the Dark Mist Weave. He was prepared to add fuel to the fire at any time. Elsewhere at the Great U Empire's Xenu Star space station, Schutz had returned. Schutz took a deep breath as he looked at Xenu Star and the 3 rings of land above his head. He was finally back and he felt a sense of homesickness. Although he had not been away for long, the great distance made it feel like he had been away for a very long time. He wondered how U Academy was doing. The second prince, Duke Yushan, had betrayed the Empire and taken away some of U Academy's elites. Were his old friends and rivals still around? Schutz walked out of the space station and was about to head home when a sharp gust of wind blew past him. Someone was attacking him. His gaze turned cold and he dodged to the side. He turned around and saw another lightning arrow flying towards him. When he saw the lightning arrow, he knew who it was and a rare smile appeared on his face. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, easily shattering the lightning arrow and causing it to fall to the ground. Gerbok, come out, Schutz called out. Ha, I knew that you wouldn't forget about your opponent. Gerbok walked out from a corner followed by Rockne, Huozhong and Tianming. All 5 of U Academy's Hall Masters were present. Schutz smiled and swept his gaze over them. Judging from your expressions, you want to fight? I can't wait. Huozhong shouted. He raised his hand and used the Sky Beast Claw. On the other side, Rockne and Tianming did not hold back either. Schütz had been the strongest back then, and now that he had returned from the Astral Combat Academy, none of them believed that they could deal with him alone, even if they had all broken through to the Limiter realm. Schütz smiled. He really missed this feeling. In the Great Yu Empire he had been like a frog at the bottom of a well. He had not come into contact with domains or battle force, and his usage of star energy had remained at the most primitive level. He watched as Gerbok took out a fruit that flickered with lightning. As expected, they were unable to use star energy to imitate natural forces. They were too weak. If he had not left the Great Yu Empire, he would have been the same as them. The fifth princess had been right to look down on them. It was only after entering the Astral Combat Academy that Schütz finally understood how much she had disdained them. Too weak. Schütz raised his hand and easily shattered the Sky Beast Claw. He then grabbed Huozhong and tossed him into the distance. At the same time he used a single palm to strike Tianming. Tianming's overlaying stacks had been raised to 5 stacks, but it was instantly shattered by Schütz's palm. Schütz then sent Rockne flying with a kick. Facing Gerbok, Schütz dodged the lightning arrow and raised his hand. Lightning flickered from his fingers as the arrow transformed into a bow. His star energy transformed into lightning, and he released an arrow that brushed past Gerbok's cheek, leaving behind a trail of blood. In an instant, the 4 Yu Academy Hall Masters who had once been Schütz's match were defeated without any suspense. Chapter 369. Gerbok and the others were shocked. Even though they had guessed that this would happen, they still couldn't accept the fact that they had been so easily defeated by Schütz. They were the top elites of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation, and losing to Lu Yin wasn't a big deal since they had never treated him as a peer. Now that they had been defeated so easily by Schütz, they couldn't hide the disappointment in their hearts. Even further away, the elites of Yu Academy were watching. Zhurlin, Geraldine, Zhao Yu, Huansha, Fu Shaoxu, Zhentong, Songshi, and the others from Earth were all present. They had personally witnessed Schütz crush Gerbok and the others, and they were equally shocked. This was the strength of the Great Yu Empire's former #1 expert. This is the power of the Astral Combat Academy students. The difference is too great. Tianming was the first to speak, but he couldn't hide the bitterness in his voice. Schütz replied, "The difference between the inner verse and the outer verse is very obvious. Our use of star energy, battle experience, battle techniques, and comprehension are all on a different level. My current strength can only be considered average in the Astral Combat Academy." Gerbok and the others narrowed their eyes. "You're only average?" Schütz nodded and his gaze swept past them. When he saw Zhurlin, Geraldine, and the others, he raised his voice. "I came back because I promised Lu Yin that I would reorganize Yu Academy and raise the strength of the younger generation. At the same time, I would select the elites to be taught in Astral 10. Everyone was delighted. The Astral Combat Academy was the dream of countless people in the Outerverse, and after seeing Schütz's strength, they were even more eager to go. "Senior Schütz, how strong is the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy?" someone asked. Many people looked at him as if he was an idiot. The person felt wronged. "Did I say something wrong?" Songshi sneered. "The strongest person is the Royal Regent. Lu Yin, did you not watch the Tournament of the Strongest?" The person was shocked. "The Tournament of the Strongest? No, I only watched the Astral Combat Tournament." Huozhong explained, "Not everyone can watch the Tournament of the Strongest. The Astral Combat Tournament is broadcast to the entire universe, and the Tournament of the Strongest is only broadcasted in a few regions. Your Earth is an exception. The Royal Regent was born on Earth, which is why you can watch it." Songshi and the rest were filled with pride. That's right, the Royal Regent had been born on Earth, and they had witnessed the strength of the Astral Combat Academy's top powerhouses. It was a pity that they could not comprehend it. Schütz's gaze turned cold. Seeing is one thing, but understanding is another. The Royal Regent's strength is something that even ordinary space-exploring powerhouses cannot comprehend, let alone you. What you need to do now is to increase your strength as much as possible and enter Astral 10. When that time comes, the Royal Regent will personally take you to the Innerverse. The Innerverse? Isn't Astral 10 in the Frostwave Weave? Gerbok asked. Schütz shook his head. The royal regent became the champion of the tournament of the strongest. Astral 10 is now ranked first and has officially moved to the Innerverse. Everyone fell silent. He had single-handedly allowed Astral 10 to return to the Innerverse. This was Regent Lu Yin's influence, and it was not something that they could comprehend. A few days later, Darkstar Gorge and the 9 allied nations officially came into contact. As Lu Yin had expected, although both sides tried their best to restrain themselves, they still maintained a certain level of hostility. The 9 allied nations were wary of the powerhouse from Darkstar Gorge, whose power level was over 200,000, while Darkstar Gorge was also wary of the powerhouse from the Dark Mistweave. However, Darkstar Gorge had always been domineering, and this time it was perfectly justifiable. They could not tolerate it for much longer and would definitely think of a way to obtain Shuda planet. Puyu would also make a move, as this would affect his reputation. Lu Yin observed the situation for a few days and knew that there was no turning back. Unless one side gave up on Shuda planet, both sides would definitely waste some time. He considered whether or not he should add fuel to the fire, but after some thought he decided against it. He could not do anything too obvious or else he would be discovered. What he needed to consider now was the North Line flow zone. A few days ago, the 10 Arbiters Council had ordered Lu Yin to go to the North Line flow zone to witness the Northgate platform competition. The Northgate platform was the symbol of the North Line flow zone, and there were 17 families there. They were united because of a rule that had been passed down from generation to generation. The winner of the Northgate platform competition could decide the direction of the North Line flow zone, and the 17 families could not object. Because of this, even the 8 great flow zones did not dare to underestimate the North Line flow zone. When the North Line flow zone had been given to Lu Yin, Feng Shang's attitude had been very strange. The North Line flow zone was very united against outsiders, and it would be very difficult for Lu Yin to interfere. Lu Yin looked at the information on the North Line flow zone again and fell into deep thought. This time he would only be able to witness the Northgate platform competition, but what about the future? The 10 arbiters were all fighting for territory, and since the North Line flow zone had been given to him, if he could not even interfere, then no one would care about him in the future. Furthermore, the North Line flow zone was located between the Blazing Mist flow zone and the Beast Tamers flow zone. The powers from these 2 flow zones would probably send people to witness the Northgate platform competition. Lu Yin did not have a good relationship with the powers from the Blazing Mist flow zone, so he could not afford to make any mistakes. At the very least, he could not embarrass the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin raised his head, feeling rather vexed. This sort of united flow zone was the most difficult to break through. At that moment he received a video call from Astral 10's Old Kai. Lu Yin was astonished. He had basically left Astral 10 to its own devices, and there were no missions for him to complete. Why would Old Kai contact him for no reason? Kid, how have you been? I heard that you've done quite a few things. Old Kai was still the same, his mustache sticking out as he beamed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Thank you for your concern, Old Kai. May I know why you're looking for me?" Old Kai smiled. "It's nothing much. Do you still remember the purpose of the Astral Combat Tournament?" An idea flashed through Lu Yin's mind and his eyes lit up. He had an idea of what to do. Old Kai frowned. "Kid, there's something wrong with your expression." Lu Yin fervently looked at Old Kai. The Astral Combat Tournament is to determine the rankings of the Astral Combat Academies. Old Kai, since I'm the champion, will Astral 10 be changed to Astral 1? Old Kai laughed heartily. That's right in theory, but Astral 10 has been weak for too long, and the resources available to the students and teachers cannot match the reputation of Astral 1. Even if Astral 1's name is used, it's useless. That's why we old fellows rejected it. However, Astral 10 will be able to return to the Innerverse thanks to you, kid. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It's good that we can return to the Innerverse. Old Kai, I have a request. Old Kai narrowed his eyes and looked Lu Yin up and down. Kid, I'm only telling you because you have the right to know. It doesn't mean that you have the right to decide on Astral 10's matters. Think before you speak. Lu Yin's expression changed and he respectfully bowed. I understand. I don't have any excessive requests. I just hope that Astral 10 can stay in the North Line flow zone for a while after entering the Innerverse and leave after the Northgate platform competition. Old Kai was astonished. The North Gate platform competition has started again? Lu Yin nodded. Old Kai stroked his mustache and grinned. I know. You're just trying to intimidate others. Are you afraid that the Blaze Realm and the Ross Empire will oppress you? Lu Yin laughed dryly. Of course not. I represent the 10 Arbiters Council, and those powers won't dare to be too obvious. Besides, I'm also a member of the Lockbreaker Society. Is that so? If that's the case, then it's the same for you to go alone. I'm hanging up. Lu Yin hurriedly replied, Of course. My most important identity is that I'm a student of Astral 10, and I'm also your disciple. No one would dare to not give Astral 10 face, and no one would dare to offend you. Old Kai was in a good mood when he heard this, and he thought about it for a moment. But I agree. I'll go to the North Line flow zone first, and I'll leave after the North Gate platform competition. Thank you, mentor. Lu Yin was overjoyed. With Astral 10 by his side, he felt even more at ease. Astral 10's mentors were not easy to deal with, and Lu Yin had seen the might of a hunter before. He didn't believe that Old Kai and the other old fellows were just hunters. Maybe they were enlighters. Lu Yin hadn't forgotten that someone had once said that Astral 10 was a prison. He guessed that the prison was the crazy headmaster. If that was the case, then these mentors were definitely not simple. Even if he borrowed the courage of the Blaze Realm's powers, they wouldn't dare to embarrass him in front of Astral 10. Lu Yin was worried that the older generation of experts from the various powers would embarrass him. If that happened, the 10 arbiters would be dissatisfied with him and question his abilities. He did not want to make any mistakes. Kid, you've made a great contribution to Astral 10. We originally planned to give you a reward, but we've decided to forget about it. Going to the North Line flow zone will be a substitute reward, Old Kai said. Lu Yin was speechless. How stingy. Mentor Rainmaster has already helped me develop the overlaying stacks path to 30 stacks, so that reward is enough. Thank you for your kind intentions, mentors. Haha, at least you know how to talk. Actually, you're wrong. As long as you safely reach the North Line flow zone, the North Line flow zone will guarantee your safety. No one will be able to do anything to you, not even the Blaze Realm. Do you know why? Old Kai smiled at Lu Yin as if his scheme had succeeded. Lu Yin did not understand. Old Kai slowly explained, in the outerverse, it's rare to see an enlighter, but in the innerverse, the larger flow zones all have enlighters, and the North Line flow zone is no exception. There are 17 families in the North Line flow zone, and there are 3 almighty enlighters with power levels over 200,000. They are the Northgate family's Elder Northgate, the Lily family's Granny Chan, and the Barth Jacques family's Tai Sa. Since you're representing the 10 Arbiters Council, those 3 won't watch you get bullied. Lu Yin smiled. No matter what, the Academy's presence in the North Line flow zone will give me some courage. I won't regret it. Old Kai smiled and nodded before ending the call. With Astral 10 overseeing things, Lu Yin did not have to worry about anything. If anything unexpected happened, he could just cause a ruckus. Even if Astral 10 could not do anything, he still had Leon's armada behind him, which was a force that dared to challenge the Day-Night clan. When he thought about all of this, Lu Yin felt his back straighten up. Although the Northgate platform competition would determine the power structure of the North Line flow zone, it would also greatly affect the surrounding flow zones. Chapter 370. In the Beast Tamer's flow zone's first-class hull, a middle-aged man opened his eyes, and a majestic pressure caused the void to collapse. The Northgate platform competition is about to begin. I'll be representing the Beast Tamer's flow zone as a witness this time. I wonder if I have the ability to challenge those 3. In the blazing mist flow zone, space burned with flames. The temperature was extremely high, but it did not affect the void at all. This was the Blaze Realm. Poison Flame, you'll be representing the Blaze Realm to witness the Northgate platform competition, an old voice said. It was impossible to tell if the voice was near or far, and it was impossible to tell if it was real or illusory. In a corner of the Blaze Realm, the void distorted and a person covered in bluish-green flames walked out. Yes. As the bluish-green flames dissipated, Poison Flame gradually revealed his true appearance. He was a middle-aged man with a sinister expression who looked up into space. Has the Northgate platform competition begun again? He then stepped out of the Blaze realm and appeared on a stone platform floating in space. A row of figures were kneeling on it, and the person at the front was Jared. Master, I was unable to achieve good results in the astral combat tournament. I've embarrassed you, Jared said sadly as his body trembled. Poison Flame glanced at him coldly. Where's the retribution flame? Jared gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with hatred. Erica returned and the sect gave him the retribution flame. Otherwise I wouldn't have been defeated so easily. Poison Flame's gaze was cold. It seems like I haven't been out for a long time. Some people in the sect have already forgotten how terrifying I am. Jared did not dare to speak. He lowered his head and his eyes were filled with fear. When I return from the Northline flow zone, tell me who told you to hand over the tribulation flame, Poison Flame said. Jared's eyes lit up. Master, you're going to the Northline flow zone? Is it because of the Northgate platform competition? Poison Flame looked at Jared. Jared's breath caught and he hurriedly said, I have a great enemy in the Astral Combat Academy named Zhou Xian. He's the champion of this year's Astral Combat Tournament and has joined the Council of Astral Academy. He's in charge of the Northline flow zone, and he'll probably be there for the Northgate platform competition. Disciple. Before he could finish, Jared spat out a mouthful of blood from Poison Flame's pressure. The terrifying pressure pressed his body into the ground, and his face turned red as he spat out another mouthful of blood. You want Master to participate in a competition between disciples? Poison Flame's voice was ice cold. As he spoke, the surrounding flames strangely froze, tinged with a hint of green. Gar was even more terrified as he stared at Poison Flame with trembling eyes. After a while, Poison Flame lifted his suppression on Garland and left. In the same blazing mist flow zone in space above the Ross Empire, an incomparably large eagle soared through the universe. It flew past planets and countless surveillance technologies as it flew towards the depths of outer space. It's Duke Blackhawk. He seems to be heading towards the Northline flow zone. Rumor has it that the Northline flow zone's new Northgate platform competition is about to begin. Duke Blackhawk should be representing the Ross Empire to witness it. They actually sent Duke Blackhawk. He's a powerhouse with a power level close to 200,000, and his innate gift Qiong can intimidate the entire universe. Even in the Ross Empire he's ranked at the very top. Is it really necessary to send him here just for the Northgate platform competition? Who knows? In the Northline flow zone, the Northgate platform was not a small stone platform. On the contrary, it was extremely large. Although it was just a stone platform, it was large enough to accommodate countless people. Shanggu Academy was built on top of the platform. Shanggu Academy was jointly built by 17 families to nurture the younger generation of the Northline flow zone. The Northgate platform competition was first to announce the contributions that each family had made to the Northline flow zone over the past few years. Second, it was to announce the future development direction of the Northline flow zone. Third, it was to allow the younger generation to learn from each other. Fourth, which was also the most important point, was to showcase the strength of each family's top powerhouses. Only those who could surpass everyone else in these four aspects would be able to gain control of the Northgate platform. In fact, although it was said that 17 families were competing, only 3 families were truly qualified to compete. They were the Northgate family, the Lily family, and the Barthshock family. This was because only these 3 families had almighties whose combat power exceeded 200,000. In the past Northgate platform competitions, one of the 3 families had always won. Shanggu Academy was built on top of the Northgate platform, and it was flanked by large commercial streets. The Northgate platform was a stone platform and its foundation was quite sturdy. Even space-exploring powerhouses would find it difficult to damage it. There were no rivers, mountains, or seas, so this place was not suitable for living. All of the resources needed to be transported from the outside world, and the only places that could be purchased were the commercial streets that flanked Shanggu Academy. At this moment, in a restaurant on one of the commercial streets, a dozen or so young students were fiercely debating. The antique restaurant had a modern screen hanging on it, giving it a feeling of a combination of technology and antiquity. The mentors said that the winner of this Northgate platform competition will definitely be the Northgate family. The Northgate family's young master, Northgate Lai, is an explorer with a power level over 30,000. He's also ranked 93rd on the top 100 rankings, and no one in the younger generation of the Northline flow zone is his match. The competition between the younger generation is just one aspect, but it also depends on how much they contribute to the Northline flow zone. No family dares to compete with the Barth Jacques family in this aspect. They're a huge corporation and their influence is not limited to just the Northline flow zone, but also the Innerverse and Outerverse. Even the Outerverse, 4 great corporations can't say for sure that they can beat them. A large part of the Northline flow zone's economy is supported by the Barth Jacques family. The Barth Jacques family is just a commercial family and they don't have much power. If they didn't hire the Scarlet Mercenaries, then they wouldn't even have an enlighter with a power level over 200,000. So what? The Scarlet Mercenaries leader, Tai Sa, has been serving the Barth Jacques family for so many years and they're already family. I think that the Northgate family has the highest chance of winning. Countless years ago, the Northgate family was a colossus that even the Day-Night clan feared. Don't talk about the past. Just look at the present. The Lily family isn't bad either. The Lily family? It's a woman, so their chances of winning are very low. However, Granny Chan is very powerful, and she's one of the 3 protectors of the Northline flow zone. In a corner of a restaurant, a man was sullenly drinking wine. As the alcohol got to his head, he heard a nearby argument and slammed the table. Shut up. The Northgate platform competition isn't something that the younger generation can discuss. The youths looked at the man and were stunned for a moment. They then said in a strange tone, I was wondering who it was that was so arrogant. So it's Fan. Why haven't you left Shanggu Academy yet? Are you waiting for the mentors to kick you out? One of the strongest people in the academy? That Fan. Strongest? He's just a piece of trash who lost our academy's only teleportation stone, someone said in an unfriendly tone. Oh, I remember now. I heard that he lost to Astral 10. That's right. It wasn't easy for the academy to obtain a teleportation stone, but that piece of trash lost it so easily. He still has the face to stay in the academy. How shameful. Bah, how shameful. Fan gulped down a mouthful of wine and suddenly stood up. He casually threw the wine cup in his hand, shattering it into pieces as it flew towards the students. The students didn't expect Fan to attack so suddenly. They were already much weaker than him and now they couldn't even react before they were injured by the fragments of the cup and fell to the ground. The restaurant owner didn't even dare to make a sound and just watched from the side. Fan have lost and there's nothing to complain about. However, against that person even Northgate Lai, who you all claim to be the strongest, would have a slim chance of surviving. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky, Fan said coldly. The students on the ground grimaced in pain, but they didn't dare to talk back. Fan had always been one of the strongest people in Shanggu Academy, and even though he had been neglected by the academy, his strength hadn't changed. They were no match for him. How arrogant. Below the restaurant, several young men and women walked up the stairs. The person in the lead held a folding fan and looked very confident. Everyone looked over and was surprised to find that they were from the Northgate family and the Lily family. 2 of the 3 strongest families had come. Brother Fan, I'd like to know what kind of person you're talking about. Even my brother Northgate Lai had a slim chance of surviving, the man with the folding fan said slowly as he looked at Fan arrogantly. Beside him, a very beautiful young girl also seemed to be interested in this matter. The young man was called Northgate Gang, and he was one of the successors of the Northgate family. He was also Northgate Lai's younger brother. He studied at Shanggu Academy and was one of the strongest leaders there, similar to Fan. Fan remained silent and didn't say anything. At this moment the students who had been knocked down had already stood up and were glaring at Fan angrily, as if they were about to attack. More and more students gathered upstairs to watch the commotion. Northgate Gang sneered and politely said to the people around him, "Everyone, let me introduce you." He then moved aside to reveal the beautiful girl. This is Lily Schuer from the Lily family. She's the cousin of the young mistress, Miss Lily Ann. She's just joined Shanggu Academy, so please take care of her. The crowd was in an uproar as they looked at Lily Schuer. Lily Schuer wasn't very old, but her eyes were mischievous and cute. She looked around and finally looked at Ah Fan. Senior Ah Fan, you still haven't told me who was able to kill Brother Northgate Lai. He's on the top 100 rankings. Everyone looked at Ah Fan once again. Northgate Gang raised his head. Brother Ah Fan, what's wrong? You can't tell me? The ported battles only use code names and don't have names, so you can't talk. If you lose, you lose. All you have to do is work hard and cultivate. But here you are, talking nonsense and using my brother as a stepping stone to wash away your humiliation. As a student of Shanggu Academy, even I feel embarrassed for you. Everyone looked at Ah Fan with disdain. A loss was a loss, but he had said that the person who had defeated him was able to kill Northgate Lai. This method of shirking responsibility was too low class, and it had even been heard by the Northgate family. It was utterly humiliating. Ah Fan clenched his fists and looked up at Northgate Gang. I'm not spouting nonsense. The person who defeated me is Astral Ten's Lu Yin. The restaurant fell silent as everyone stared at Ah Fan. They all knew who Lu Yin was. Ah Fan had only told the mentors about this matter, which was why the mentors hadn't blamed him too much and why he had been able to stay at Shanggu Academy. Chapter 371. Everyone knew who Lu Yin was. He was one of the most monstrous leaders in the universe and the champion of the tournament of the strongest. His battle with Tian Ho had dazzled the students of Shanggu Academy, and everyone knew who he was. If Ah Fan had been defeated by Lu Yin, no one could blame him. Aside from 2 or 3 leaders, no one dared to say that they could withstand Lu Yin's attacks. Only a true genius would be able to do so. Northgate Gang's eyes flashed and he sneered, You think Lu Yin is Lu Yin? Fine, even if Lu Yin was the one who stole the teleportation stone. My brother is an explorer with a power level of 30,000 and is ranked 93rd on the top 100 rankings. He can easily defeat Lu Yin. If you overestimate him because of your own failure, you'll only embarrass the Northline Flow Zone. Many people around him agreed, as the top 100 rankings was the best example. Although Lu Yin was strong, he was only a lemeter, and it was already not easy for him to challenge an explorer. However, the top 100 rankings were different. Even the 100th place on the top 100 rankings was not someone an ordinary explorer could match, and he could even compete with a cruiser. They did not know what had happened to Lu Yin in the Outerverse recently. He had tied the 10 Arbiters record with 30 stacks, and he had crushed 2 elite explorers by himself. If they had known, they would not have been so confident. Of course, Ah Fan's words were an exaggeration, as he could not determine who was stronger between Northgate Lai and Lu Yin. Lily Schuer's eyes lit up, and she became even more excited when she heard Lu Yin's name. Ah Fan did not argue with Northgate Gang and simply left. There was no point in saying anything now. Northgate Gang did not stop him, and he was about to ask Lily Schuer to sit down when he realized that she had disappeared. Outside the restaurant, Ah Fan walked silently. Lily Schuer ran over from behind him. Hey, what did it feel like to fight Lu Yin? Ah Fan ignored her. Lily Schuer frowned and jumped in front of Ah Fan. Hey, I'm talking to you. Ah Fan reeked of alcohol and he impatiently replied, I don't know. Didn't Lu Yin steal your teleportation stone? How can you not know? Are you lying? Lily Schuer shouted. Ah Fan stood in place, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Lily Schuer walked in front of him, bent down and looked at him strangely. What? Can't describe it? Ah Fan sighed. 1 palm overlaying stacks. Lily Schuer's eyes widened. 1 palm? You lost with just 1 palm? Ah Fan nodded and continued walking. Lily Schuer hurriedly chased after him. You're one of the strongest people in Shanggu Academy. My cousin specifically mentioned you when she asked me to go to Shanggu Academy to study, but you couldn't even take a single hit from him. Ah Fan said bitterly, Yeah, I can't even block a single palm. I'm just a piece of trash. With that, he staggered towards Shanggu Academy. Lily Schuer stood rooted to the ground, blinking her eyes. Is he really that powerful? I'm going to tell my cousin so that she can try to become one of the 10 Arbiters candidates. She then giggled and ran off. The universe was forever dark. Lu Yin had already left San Dios and was heading towards the Innerverse Northline Flow Zone. The struggle between Darkstar Gorge and Dark Mistweave would not end anytime soon, so Lu Yin handed Zhao Ran over to Barley for him to take care of her. Xianxia did not come out this time and remained in San Dios. Compared to Xianxia, Lu Yin wanted to interact with Xiaohua more. Watermoon Villa was not much worse than the Frost Moon sect, and more importantly, Watermoon Villa gave Lu Yin a much better impression than the Frost Moon sect. It was a pity that Xiaohua had finally left the Innerverse and did not want to go back. Otherwise, Lu Yin would have brought Xiaohua along. 7th bro, aren't you embarrassed to not bring a beauty along? The monkey complained unhappily. Lu Yin frowned. Do you want to be blocked again? The monkey immediately shut up as he knew that Lu Yin was not joking. Lu Yin would block him whenever he wanted, and this was already considered good. He even knew to give a warning, but most of the time he did not even give a warning before blocking him. Ghost Monkey was already very helpless about this. Lu Yin had taken San Dios's personal spacecraft this time. It was still an Aurora, but it was not Radiant grade. Instead, it was a black hole grade spacecraft. A black hole grade Aurora was the exclusive vehicle of a member of the Youth Council. It could defend against attacks from hunters and was 100 times faster than a normal spacecraft. A normal spacecraft would take at least 7 to 8 months to travel from San Dios to the Northline flow zone, and this did not include the time needed to change course midway. Now with the black hole grade Aurora's speed, it would take less than 3 days. The entire route had been completed in less than 3 days, which was a speed that Lu Yin had not even dared to dream of. This was a black hole grade Aurora. Of course, this did not include the time spent in the Astral River. Lu Yin estimated that it would take less than 5 days to reach the Northline flow zone. Money limited one's imagination. With money, anything could be achieved. With this black hole grade Aurora, he would not have to waste so much time traveling through the universe. Lu Yin sighed as he felt the spacecraft's extreme speed. Sometimes, having money did not necessarily mean that everything could be achieved. At the very least, this spacecraft was not something that just anyone could enjoy, and this extreme speed was something that one's body could not handle. The average Lemmeter would definitely not be able to handle this speed, and only an explorer's body would be able to handle it. A day later, the spacecraft suddenly stopped in outer space. Lu Yin looked into the distance and recalled the past. That was the pirate port, which was also the place where he had undergone his transformation. It was also where he had experienced death. It was also there that his way of thinking had changed. A person could not be an ant forever and have their fate decided by others. If not for the events at the pirate port, he would at most be comparable to an area master of a trial zone in the Astral Combat Academy. He would not even be able to compare to a student leader, let alone a champion. A person's destiny was truly unpredictable. 3 years ago he had been an ordinary person, but 3 years later his name had shaken the universe. He wondered how his family's investigation of what had happened back then was going. After returning to Leon's armada, the people who had attacked him back then were probably trembling in fear. The pirate port was already very close to the Astral River. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived outside the Astral River once more. The last time he had been here, he had taken a spacecraft from the erudite flow zone's border and had taken the express route, which was equivalent to cutting the queue and entering the Astral River, Arkansas. This time, Lu Yin did not expose himself as he wanted to enter the Innerverse like a normal person. The Astral River arc was incredibly large, and one spacecraft after another passed through the inspection and entered the arc. They would then travel back and forth between the Innerverse and the Outerverse. The Ark's current master was Old Gouda, and he would remain in this position for many years to come. No matter where one went, there would always be secret transactions. Aside from going through the normal procedures to enter the Innerverse, ordinary people would also have to depend on the attitude of certain people on the Ark. Back in the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones, Gu Er had said that space-exploring powerhouses would kneel to him in order to enter the Innerverse. Now Lu Yin had witnessed it for himself. Under the gazes of countless people, an explorer took out his cosmic ring in humiliation and requested to enter the Innerverse. The attraction of the Innerverse to the Outerverse was too great. Many people believed that only by entering the Innerverse could one become a powerhouse and fight for a future. It was precisely because of this belief that even space-exploring powerhouses had to put down their pride. They believed that they could return to the Innerverse to seek revenge after becoming a powerhouse. But in reality, the people on the Astral River Arc did not care at all. Even if these people entered the Innerverse, their chances of becoming a true powerhouse were very small. Besides, the people on the Astral River Arc were not weak either. There were still a few more spacecraft before it was Lu Yin's turn. He was bored when he accidentally saw a familiar figure. He was surprised to see that it was Gu Er. Although they had only met once, Lu Yin had a deep impression of Gu Er. When he had first met Gu Er, space-exploring powerhouses had still been out of reach for Lu Yin. However, he had heard of space-exploring powerhouses kneeling at Gu Er's feet, and that had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Furthermore, Gu Er was Elder Guda's son. Spacecraft after spacecraft were inspected in orbit. In order to enter the Innerverse, one had to pay a considerable amount of resources and also have a legitimate reason. The Astral River Flow Zone Envoy's job was to supervise the Astral River Arc and find ways to prevent more people from entering the Innerverse. This was an unwritten rule of the Innerverse. Lu Yin watched as the people on the first few spacecraft dejectedly left. He looked at Gu Er's smug expression and smiled. It was his turn. "Where are you from?" A voice came from the spacecraft's communicator. Lu Yin replied, "Frostwave Weave. You're not allowed to enter. Leave." Lu Yin was stunned. "Why? Anyone from Frostwave Weave is not allowed to enter today. Come back tomorrow." The voice was clearly impatient. Lu Yin was speechless. "What's the reason? If I say you're not allowed to enter, then you're not allowed to enter." At that moment, a voice came from the spacecraft behind the tracks. "Brother, this is the Astral River Arc's rule. Draw lots, and whichever weave you're not allowed to enter will be barred for the day. Draw lots again tomorrow and you won't be able to enter. Go back and wait for another day." Lu Yin was stunned. Was that even possible? "Alright, you know quite a bit. Since you know so much, you don't have to go in," the supervisor beside the tracks said in a strange tone. Sir, I just saw that you didn't want to talk, so I tried to explain. Please don't take offense and let me in," the person on the spacecraft behind Lu Yin wailed. The supervisor sneered. "I really don't want to talk today. Since you're so kind, fine. Stay here and help me explain things one by one. I'll go in a few days when it's my turn." The person was helpless. Lu Yin looked on coldly. The attitude of the people on the Astral River Arc was quite bad, and they were doing everything they could to prevent people from the Outerverse from entering the Innerverse. "Why aren't you leaving, kid? It's fine if you don't want to leave. Just wait a few more days and I won't have to deal with so many idiots," the supervisor said proudly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and he was about to speak when Gu Er walked over and appeared beside the supervisor. "What's the matter?" When the supervisor saw Gu Er, he immediately lowered his head. "So it's you, sir. Please take a seat." Gu Er sat down lazily and waited for the supervisor to serve tea and snacks, acting like he was the boss. Chapter 372. When he saw Gu Er, Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Hey supervisor. Come here." When the supervisor heard his voice, he turned around and glared at him. "Shut up and scram." Lu Yin grinned. "If you're not coming, then get the one next to you." The supervisor was furious and he ran over to the side of the track. He glared at Lu Yin and threatened him in a low voice. "Kid, don't cause trouble. That's a young master. If you offend him, don't even think about entering the Innerverse for the rest of your life, let alone tomorrow." Lu Yin shrugged. "Sorry, you're too late. I've already offended him. You can ask him if you don't believe me." The supervisor was surprised and turned to look at Gu Er. It just so happened that Gu Er's gaze swept over, and when he saw Lu Yin, his expression became as interesting as it could be. The supervisor ran back to Gu Er's side and smiled. "Sir, that kid said that he offended you. Do you want me to seal his right to enter the Innerverse?" Gu Er pursed his lips and spat out the tea that he had just drunk. He walked towards Lu Yin with a forced smile. "Senior Lu, why are you here?" Lu Yin casually answered, "Nothing much. I just wanted to enter the Innerverse, but that person said that I couldn't." Gu Er turned around and glared at the supervisor. "Can't go in? Senior Lu can't enter the Innerverse? You said it. Who gave you the guts to stop Senior Lu from entering the Innerverse?" The supervisor was dumbfounded. He hurriedly apologized. He knew that he had offended someone. From the looks of it, this person's status wasn't small. Lu Yin snickered inwardly as he looked at Gu Er. This guy was quite smart and he knew that he could not offend Lu Yin. Although Gu Er was old Gu Da's son, he was still a student of the Astral Combat Academy. If he offended Lu Yin, Gu Er was afraid that Lu Yin would ban him from the Astral Combat Academy, just like how he had dealt with the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin's guess was correct. Gu Er was indeed afraid of Lu Yin. Lu Yin was a ruthless person who had publicly banned the Day-Night clan. If he offended Lu Yin, then it would be difficult for Lu Yin to advance in the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin did not believe that his father's influence was greater than that of the Day-Night clan, and recently, everyone had been saying that Lu Yin was a true 10 Arbiters candidate. Lu Yin's status made it so that Lu Yin did not even dare to curse Lu Yin behind his back. The 10 Arbiters Council restricted the younger generation too much, so much so that even a spoiled brat like Gu Er did not dare to casually talk about it. Alright, don't blame him. I say, Gu Er, why are you calling me senior? If I remember correctly, you entered the Astral Combat Academy before me. Gu Er hurriedly smiled. Senior Lu is the champion of the tournament of the strongest, and he's also the strongest person in the Astral Combat Academy. Anyone who meets him is a junior, so this is only natural. At this moment, the people behind the tracks who were waiting to enter the Innerverse were all dumbfounded. It was normal for the Overseer to casually scold and humiliate them, as no one had ever seen someone who could make the Overseer and even Gu Er so fearful. Such an important person shouldn't be queuing up. He should have entered the Innerverse long ago. Gu Er, I heard that it depends on luck when you allow people to enter the Innerverse. Is that right? Gu Er's expression changed. Was Lu Yin going to interfere with the Astral River Arc? He was just a student, but he suddenly remembered that Lu Yin was also a member of the Council of Astral Academy and an acting member of the Outerverse Youth Council. If Lu Yin interfered with these two identities, then even his father would have to take him seriously. When Gu Er didn't reply, Lu Yin knew what he was thinking. Don't worry, I'm not that annoying. What you do has nothing to do with me. Since it depends on luck, then can you give me some face and allow anyone who is on the same track as me to enter the Innerverse? Gu Er heaved a sigh of relief. Of course, that's not a problem. Whatever you say, senior. Lu Yin smiled and nodded. Thank you. He then followed the tracks and boarded the Astral River Arkansas. Lu Yin had only suggested this because he wanted to experience the taste of authority. It was a wonderful feeling and he liked it a lot. It would be even better if he could control this enormous Astral River Arc one day. The Astral River Arc was extremely important to the Innerverse and Outerverse. Generally speaking, those who boarded it weren't allowed to walk around freely, and they weren't even allowed to disembark. However, Lu Yin was an exception. With his status, there was nothing that could restrict him, especially since he had 2 honor points. One of the privileges he had was to visit the Astral River Arkansas. However, he didn't go out because he was afraid of running into old Gouda and letting him see the hatred in his eyes. It was still too early to meet old Gouda, and he had to at least wait until he had the strength to take revenge. However, there was one thing that he was curious about. Why hadn't Big Sis and the others attacked old Gouda? Were they worried about the Innerverse? On the other side, after Lu Yin left, Gu Er immediately contacted old Gouda and reported Lu Yin's situation. Well done. Try not to provoke Lu Yin if you can. I just received news that he might be related to a large number of Outerverse pirates and he has 2 honor points. Not even my authority can deal with him, old Gouda said. Gu Er was unhappy. Father, doesn't that mean he can do whatever he wants in the universe? With honor points he can do whatever he wants. Besides, he has more than one identity. That's why I want you to train hard and graduate as soon as possible. After you graduate, go to the war front and contribute to the human domain. Try to get as many honor points as possible. Gu Er rolled his eyes. Only an idiot would go to the war front. Even Shui Liyun had died there. Not even 10 lives would be enough for Gu Er. Father, the war front has already stopped. It won't stop for long. For countless years, the human domain, astral beast domain, and technocracy have never stopped fighting. Even if the war front really does stop, there are still missions to explore the astral wilderness. Train hard and you'll have plenty of opportunities to earn honor points. Old Gouda then cut off the call. Gu Er pursed his lips. He wasn't going to do any missions. There weren't many people in the Outerverse who had earned honor points. He felt that it would be more fun to act like a tyrant in the Astral Combat Academy. When he thought of the Astral Combat Academy, he thought of Lu Yin. Since he was going to stay there, he couldn't afford to offend Lu Yin. Damn it, he should have curried favor with him earlier. Wait, it's not too late now. Gu Er's eyes lit up and he waved at the supervisor. Go. Ask Senior Lu if he needs anything. Try to satisfy him as much as possible. Make sure to serve him well. Yes, young master, the supervisor hurriedly replied. He didn't even bother with his work since anyone on this track could enter anyway. The person who had previously explained things to Lu Yin quickly followed Lu Yin into the ark. He couldn't help but sigh that good people were indeed rewarded. The Astral River Ark stayed at the edge of the Outerverse Astral River for roughly the same amount of time as the Astral River Arkansas. It depended on luck. It could stay for 1 day or it could stay for 10 days. This was also the reason why old Gouda had been able to deliberately delay his departure. Lu Yin didn't know how long the ark would stay this time, and he wondered if he should contact Gu Er again. It just so happened that the supervisor contacted him. Lord Lu, the voyage must have been tiring. If there's anything you need, please feel free to let me know. Lu Yin opened the cabin door and saw that he had been assigned to a separate track. This track was only connected to the spacecraft of important people, and there was a separate lounge and kitchen to the side. Everything was separate from the rest of the cabin, which clearly showed his status. When will the ark depart? Lu Yin asked. The supervisor respectfully replied, this lowly one would like to know. Is my lord in a hurry? Lu Yin nodded. The supervisor hurriedly activated his gadget and contacted someone. Not long after, he respectfully replied, if Lord Lu requires it, we can depart immediately. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Old Gouda was treating him too well, which shouldn't be the case. Although Lu Yin had many statuses and honor points, he didn't have the ability to control old Gouda. Even if Lu Yin's status as a member of the 10 Arbiters Council made old Gouda apprehensive, it didn't affect old Gouda that much. After all, the Astral River Ark represented the Innerverse, and it wasn't something that the 10 Arbiters Council could easily interfere with. But now old Gouda was actually giving Lu Yin so much face, which was too strange. Lu Yin didn't know that his actions against the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy had caused such a huge shock to others. The Day-Night clan's reputation in the universe was too great, and Lu Yin had dared to face them head-on and come out unscathed. Lu Yin's identity had attracted a lot of speculation, and old Gouda was afraid of this. Coupled with the recent events at San Dios, old Gouda was certain that Lu Yin had a powerful organization supporting him. In any case, whether the ark moved or stopped depended entirely on old Gouda's words, so he might as well give Lu Yin some face. Things would look good in the future, and his son was still in the Astral Combat Academy. Does Lord Lu have any other instructions? Young Master said that the ark will still need some time to reach the edge of the Innerverse Astral River. During this time we will carry out all of Lord Lu's orders, the supervisor said respectfully. Lu Yin waved a hand. I don't have any other instructions. You may leave. Yes, the supervisor acknowledged and left. However, before he could take a few steps, Lu Yin suddenly said, Right, I heard that someone is fishing on the ark. Bring me a fishing rod. The supervisor was stunned. Lord Lu, the Astral River contains too many dangers. The ones fishing on the ark are usually space-exploring powerhouses, and accidents often happen to them. Lord Lu, please don't take any risks. It's fine. Go get it, Lu Yin said. He walked over to the transparent metal not too far away and looked down at the flowing astral river with a strange expression. He was reminded of the cosmic sea. If Xianxia could survive there, then why couldn't he do the same in the astral river? The cosmic sea was much more dangerous than the astral river. The supervisor didn't dare to retort and hurriedly left. About an hour later, a set of special fishing gear was delivered to Lu Yin. Lord Lu, the ark will depart soon. Please make the necessary preparations, the supervisor said before respectfully leaving. Lu Yin picked up the fishing gear. The fishing gear here was different from what a normal person would think of. After all, they were facing the astral river, and rather than calling them fishing gear, they were more like defensive gear. The only difference was that there was an additional fishing rod. Lu Yin picked up the fishing rod and exerted some force, but it didn't budge at all. He was astonished. It was very sturdy. He thought about it and increased his force even more, even using overlaying stacks. The fishing rod slowly bent, but only by a tiny bit. When Lu Yin increased his overlaying stacks to 20 stacks, the fishing rod finally bent in an arc. He exhaled, as this fishing rod was indeed worthy of being used in the astral river. Even an ordinary explorer wouldn't be able to withstand the force that he had just exerted, but he still couldn't do anything to this fishing rod. This fishing rod's defense surpassed that of an ordinary explorer, and it seemed to be quite valuable. Chapter 373. There was a place for fishing on the giant ship. Lu Yin was led by the supervisor to a place called the Leaping Dragon Platform. This was the place where fishing was done. The Astral River Arc had only been in the Outerverse for a short period of time, so not many people had boarded it, and there was not a single person at the Leaping Dragon Terrace. It was not easy to fish on the Arc, and one had to have a high status. Of course, the most important thing was one's strength. Every year there were many powerhouses who were dragged into the Astral River and died. Lu Yin put on his fishing gear and casually tossed his fishing line into the Astral River. There was no need for bait to fish in the Astral River, as a person's star energy was the best bait. The fish here ate people. The moment the fishing line entered the Astral River, Lu Yin felt his hand tremble, and he almost lost his grip on the fishing rod. The Astral River was turbulent and vast, and it was filled with an indescribably boundless liquid energy. There was not only star energy but also all sorts of energy. Some of these energies could seriously injure or even kill a fisherman if they passed through the fishing line. Lu Yin was very strong, even stronger than Lulu and Grandine. Even so, he almost lost his grip on the fishing rod, which was a testament to the mighty force of the Astral River. He was only fishing and he did not touch it directly. In a luxurious lounge on the Ark, old Gu De brought his son, Gu Er, and many other experts on the Ark to watch the Leaping Dragon Terrace. He's actually holding it steady. No wonder he's the strongest student in the Astral Combat Academy and a true 10 Arbiters candidate, someone praised. Normal explorers can't even hold the fishing rod steady. Now let's see how long he can last. It shouldn't be long. As cruisers we can only last for 10 hours at most. This Lu Yin, I think he'll be lucky if he can last for an hour. That's about it, and that's under the premise that nothing unexpected happens. If he really catches something, he'll easily be dragged into the Astral River. Sir, should we send someone to protect him? Old Gu De looked at Lu Yin and then at Gu Er. How's your relationship with him? Gu Er wanted to say that it was all right and that there was no major conflict between them, but he suddenly remembered that Lu Yin had killed him in the trial zones. He recalled what Lu Yin had said at that time and his expression changed. He had almost forgotten that Lu Yin had said that he would kill his father on the Astral River, Arkansas. He immediately told old Gu De about this matter. Old Gu De frowned. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Er replied bitterly, I forgot. Old Gu De snorted coldly and looked at the Leaping Dragon platform coldly. Did they have a grudge against each other? Perhaps as he had offended too many people over the years as an Astral River flow zone envoy, and Lu Yin was one of his enemies. Don't worry about him. Keep an eye on him at all times. He can't blame anyone if he dies. The people around him immediately responded. Actually, Lu Yin had already forgotten what he had said when he had killed Gu Er. Otherwise, he would not have gone fishing, as doing so would have been tantamount to sending himself to the brink of death. Of course, he did not plan to actually go fishing. He just wanted to experience it. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin suddenly put away his fishing gear and stopped fishing. Under the watchman's stunned gaze, Lu Yin tossed all his fishing gear to him. The supervisor was speechless. It had only been 10 minutes. What was going on? Lu Yin was not someone who did not know his own limits. From the moment that the fishing line had entered the Astral River, he knew that he could not fish with his current strength. It was very easy for him to encounter danger, so he just needed to get a feel for it. Gu Er also learned that Lu Yin had stopped fishing and he gritted his teeth in anger. When he remembered that Lu Yin had a grudge with them, his attitude changed. He wanted nothing more than for Lu Yin to die here, but Lu Yin's status was too special and he could not touch him. He had originally thought that he would be able to finish this guy off by fishing, but he had not expected that he would only fish for 10 minutes. It was too disgusting. Seventh bro Mingji, the astral river is not something that you can come into contact with right now, the monkey said. Lu Yin returned to his personal spacecraft, as this was the only place where he felt safe. After all, old Gouda was right next to him and the old man was a hunter. Lu Yin was afraid that if he suppressed his killing intent, old Gouda would attack him. This spacecraft could withstand a hunter's attack and it gave him a sense of security. Monkey, when do you think I'll be able to come into contact with the astral river? Lu Yin asked out of boredom. The monkey thought about it. At least become an explorer. With your freakish strength, you'll be able to crush a normal cruiser when you become an explorer. At that time, you'll have some ability to protect yourself against the astral river. But Xianxia was able to roam the cosmic sea. Compared to him, he's still far from being able to do that, Lu Yin said. The monkey disdainfully replied, nonsense, that's impossible. Even the 10 arbiters couldn't roam the cosmic sea as a limiter, let alone him. There must be a reason why he's able to roam the cosmic sea and it's just that we don't know about it. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. He was on the same level as Xianxia, but he still wouldn't be able to protect himself against the astral river. How could that person be able to protect himself in the cosmic sea? Could only be because of some special reason. It was a pity that he couldn't contact his family on his own. Otherwise he would have asked them and wondered how Big Sis and the others were doing in Leon's armada. In the depths of the distant heavens, the cosmic sea roared as usual as it devoured countless lives. The cosmic sea, which was originally filled with killing intent, should have been silent, just like a forbidden land. However, in a dark strait, laughter could be heard. Big Sis, congratulations on annihilating the Celestial Wolf Battalion. You've done the family a great service. Congratulations, Big Sis. Congratulations, Big Sis. With a bang, a shockwave swept out in all directions and smoothed out the whistling strait. This part of the cosmic sea didn't even dare to stir up. Guys, bring some wine. Captain, don't drink anymore. If you drink too much, you'll beat someone up. That's right, Captain. You can't drink. Shut up and drink. A huge voice tore through the void, splitting the strait in half. At the corner of the deck, Ghost looked at the strait that was being suppressed by Heizij Leon with a complicated expression. Thinking about little Seven. A pleasant voice came from behind her. Ghost turned around and narrowed her eyes. Big Sis, your appearance has changed again. An extremely beautiful woman appeared before Ghost's eyes. She was sexy and charming and she should have been a stunner. However, she had a bucket-like waist, which was a stark contrast to her beautiful appearance. So what if I change? It doesn't matter. Changing so many times in one day is so annoying. Ghost smiled bitterly. There's nothing I can do about it. Who told you to cultivate the wrong technique? Your appearance keeps changing. It'd be strange if you didn't change one day. Are you thinking about little Seven? Big Sis took a sip of wine and asked. Spectre nodded. Little Seven didn't receive any help from his family, and he was able to reach his current position all by himself. He has faced countless enemies. Spectre then looked at Big Sis. Let's bring little Seven back, or we can announce to the public that little Seven is a member of Leon's armada. Big Sis took a sip of wine. But why? Ghost was puzzled. Back then we couldn't protect ourselves, so we sent little Seven to Earth. Although it was to prepare for the Great U Empire, it was more to ensure little Seven's safety. Now that we've returned to Leon's armada and the captain has acknowledged little Seven, why can't we announce it to the public? Big Sis grinned. Little Seven's identity can't be linked to Heizij Leon. He's not reliable, but I'm different. I won't let little Seven have the stain of being a pirate. Ghost was speechless. Big Sis, don't say that. Back then you guys had a falling out because of the captain's identity. Don't mention the word pirate anymore. Big Sis spat out all the wine in her mouth. Pirates only seek short-term benefits, but their long-term path is blocked. That old fellow is narrow-minded. I won't let little Seven repeat this path. She then turned and left. The surface of the strait was in an uproar and Ghost was flustered. She knew that Heizij Leon had heard Big Sis's words. Fortunately they hadn't quarreled, or else she might have been banished again. It seemed that Big Sis was still angry that Heizij Leon had sent pirates to help little Seven. This matter could easily expose little Seven's relationship with the pirates, and Ghost had been a part of it. The Astral River arc took a day and a half to travel through the Astral River. During this time the supervisor didn't appear again, but Lu Yin didn't mind. When the arc connected to the edge of the Immerse Astral River, Lu Yin sat in his personal spacecraft and set a course to fly into outer space towards Northline Flow Zone. It wasn't that old Gouda hadn't thought of getting rid of Lu Yin, but the danger was too great and Lu Yin's identity was too sensitive. He could only watch as Lu Yin left. After entering the Innerverse, Lu Yin immediately arrived at the Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which wasn't too far from Northline Flow Zone. He hadn't been able to sense it the last time he had been on a border spacecraft, but now he noticed that the Blazing Mist Flow Zone's temperature was much higher than the Outerverse. He didn't know if this was because of the difference between the Innerverse and the Outerverse or because of the Blaze Realm. There were still many spacecraft around when Lu Yin left the Astral River, but he overtook them one by one. His spacecraft was too fast and many were stunned by the sight. Not long after, Lu Yin's spacecraft disappeared into the depths of space. According to his current position, he wasn't too far away from the tributary where the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and Northline Flow Zone intersected. If he wanted to pass through the tributary, he would have to take a giant arc. Although it was much smaller than the Astral River arc, it was still much larger than a super-large spacecraft. Although there weren't many giant arcs in the tributary, Lu Yin could find out where the arcs were through the network, which made it easier to plan his route. According to his calculations, he would reach the border of the tributary in about 5 hours. In another 2 hours, a giant arc would appear, and he would be able to cross the tributary and reach Northline Flow Zone. The time he had taken was about as expected. If not for his special status, Lu Yin would still be wandering around the Outerverse, and he didn't even know when he would be able to enter the Innerverse. In the direction that Lu Yin was heading, there was an old man on a star. He suddenly raised his head, but the burning star didn't harm him at all. "I finally arrived. Undying Yushan crippled my limbs, so I'll use this junior's life to pay for it." Lu Yin sat in his personal spacecraft and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures while thinking about what he needed to do in Northline Flow Zone. Actually, there shouldn't be much to do. All he needed to do was witness the Northgate platform competition, which didn't have much to do with him. There was also San Dios, the Great Yu Empire, and so on. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Yin felt that there were many other things that he needed to do, and he couldn't afford to waste any time in Northline Flow Zone. Suddenly, his heartbeat quickened, and he felt as if a terrifying danger was about to descend. Beep 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 beep. The spacecraft suddenly sounded an intense alarm, and in the next moment, there was a flash of brilliance in the distance as a star was destroyed. What followed was an incomparably large hand that grabbed at him from outer space. Chapter 374. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. This feeling was coming from a cruiser. No, a hunter. A hunter was attacking him. There was a loud bang as the spacecraft shook violently. Lu Yin felt his mind go blank, and when he looked up he saw an old man standing in space. The old man's eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Yin. "Junior, Undying Yushan crippled my limbs. Today you'll have to pay for it in his stead." Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and the spacecraft was attacked again with a screeching sound. Fortunately, as long as the Aurora was a black hole-grade spacecraft, it could defend against a hunter's attacks. Lu Yin was not worried about the spacecraft being destroyed. The old man sneered. "A mere black hole-grade spacecraft. Do you really think that it can defend against a powerhouse's attacks? Junior, there are battle techniques in the universe." The old man then used his star energy to form not just one palm, but multiple space-exploring palms that attacked the spacecraft. The black hole-grade spacecraft could only defend against a hunter's attacks, but that was only the standard value. It would not be able to withstand a true hunter's attacks. Just as the old man had said, he had battle techniques. The palms slammed into the spacecraft, but it still managed to hold on. However, Lu Yin could not take it anymore, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the screen. He shouted, "Old thing, I'm a member of the Lockbreaker Society and the 10 Arbiters Council. You dare kill me?" The old man laughed maniacally. "My limbs have been crippled and I'll never be able to recover. I'm no different from the living dead. If not for the fact that Wendy Yushan is too strong, I would have taken her down with me a long time ago." It's not bad to have a junior like you accompany me in death. Lu Yin's face went pale. He had no way of retaliating against a hunter. Even if this old man was at the bottom of the hunter hierarchy, killing him would still be as easy as flipping over a hand. How did you know I was here? Lu Yin shouted. The old man sneered. You're about to die and you're still trying to trick me. I'll make sure that you die with a grudge. Berserk star energy swept through the void and viciously attacked the spacecraft. After enduring so many attacks, the spacecraft finally cracked. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was he really going to die today? He could not accept this. This old bastard wanted to drag him down with him. He could not accept this. Seventh bro, think of something. I don't want to die. The monkey shrieked. Lu Yin spat out another mouthful of blood as his body could not take it anymore. He could already feel the pull from outer space. Quick, use progenitor Wuxiang's hide. Not even a hunter can withstand its pressure. The monkey shouted. Unfortunately, Lu Yin could no longer hear him. He had lost all of his 5 senses and was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His entire body was like a toy as he waited for the old man to launch the final attack. The old man arrogantly replied, Junior, your death is enough to benefit my descendants for tens of thousands of years. Die. Star energy tore through the void like a thunderclap, intending to destroy Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at the torn space outside the spacecraft and then at the streak of lightning. He suddenly thought of something and he raised his hand to summon his die. He directly borrowed the lightning that he had absorbed from the rabbit and swept it out of the spacecraft. It streaked across space and shot into the dark depths of outer space. Everything fell silent, and the elder's pupils shrank as he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. How was this possible? He could not believe that he was killed by a lightning bolt. This was a lightning bolt with a combat power of over 200,000. How could this kid possess it? The old man had no way of knowing as he died the moment the lightning bolt swept past him. His body fell down and he did not know where it would land. The lightning that Lu Yin had absorbed had come from that terrifying rabbit, which had crushed the 9-headed ape with a single stomp. The 9-headed ape was a terrifying creature with a power level of over 200,000. That rabbit's power level was unimaginable, and even if it had only absorbed a tiny bit of the lightning, it was still enough to instantly kill a hunter. Lu Yin sighed in relief as his mind began to feel dizzy. With a bang, the spacecraft suddenly disintegrated and Lu Yin was exposed to outer space. This was the second time that Lu Yin had been exposed to outer space due to a life-threatening crisis. Last time he had been lucky enough to be saved by Madame Naylan, but this time, not a single spacecraft had approached him. He closed his eyes in despair as he was truly finished. He had thought that he had many identities to protect himself, but against someone who did not even fear death, his identity was useless. Power was the foundation of everything. He now regretted not earning more money to increase his power. But now it was too late. He looked around and realized that this was what it felt like to be in outer space. He gradually found it difficult to breathe and the pressure within his body was about to explode. This would probably be the last thing he saw. A Lemmeter exposed to outer space would definitely die. After waiting for a while, Lu Yin felt that something was strange as he seemed to be fine. He raised his hand and looked at the lines on his palm, which were very clear. Although the pressure within his body was extremely great, it had not broken through his body. Although his breathing had been cut off, his vitality was still circulating. Could he survive in outer space? He was shocked. Why? Could it be that his physical body had reached a certain level of toughness? He could only guess. The monkey did not respond and Lu Yin looked around. He couldn't see the end of this dark space and only the stars emitted light. Although he was not dead, his movements were rather slow, and his use of star energy was also hindered. If he could display 100% of his strength on land, then in outer space he could not even use 10% of his strength. Lu Yin did not know how long his vitality would last and he felt bitter. His spacecraft's performance was too good, but it also had its disadvantages. His own spacecraft was too fast and he had left the other spacecraft in the dust. He had not even had a chance to call for help. If he had known this would happen, he would have prepared a set of universal armor in his cosmic ring. It would have been better than completely exposing his body. There were countless strange substances in the universe, and only the heavens knew if his physical body could withstand them. Perhaps his luck was good, but it didn't take long for a spacecraft to quickly approach him. Lu Yin was delighted and he hurriedly used his star energy to simulate a universal distress signal. However, the spacecraft completely ignored him and directly flew past him. Lu Yin was helpless. The spacecraft was too fast and he was too slow in outer space. He could not catch up at all. After that, a few more spacecraft flew past him, but no one came to his rescue. Many people knew that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble while traveling through outer space. Very few people would take the initiative to save others, as the concept of repaying a debt of gratitude was too vague in the vast universe. Many pirates used this method to fish and most people were already on guard against it. Lu Yin had no other choice, and after thinking about it for a long time he could only do this. He wrapped star energy around his fingertips, and it transformed into an extremely thin rope-like structure that extended outwards. He did not know how far it extended, but it eventually stopped at a limit that he could not control. He then simulated a star energy rope and turned himself into a spider. As long as a spacecraft passed by, he would be taken away by the star energy he touched. It all depended on his luck to see if he would starve to death or run into a spacecraft first. Compared to the vastness of outer space, Lu Yin's star energy rope could only cover a relatively small area. It all depended on luck, but this was the only thing he could do. Another 2 spacecraft passed by, but they were too far away for star energy to reach. Lu Yin waited nervously, hoping that his luck would be good enough. In outer space, a spacecraft was traveling at extreme speed. It seemed normal, but suddenly, a smear of blood spilled onto the transparent metal. Within the spacecraft, an expressionless man with cold eyes slowly walked forward. He held an ordinary sword in his hand and blood dripped down the blade. Bang! Bang! Star energy guns fired, and regardless of whether it was metal bullets or light beams, they all hit the man without reservation. However, aside from tearing his clothes apart, they did nothing else. The man's sword flew and a few more heads fell to the ground. Headless corpses crashed to the ground and blood flowed like a river. The man stepped on the blood and continued walking forward, leaving a trail of bloody footprints on the ground. The stench of blood gradually spread throughout the spacecraft. Within the captain's cabin, a dozen people were gathered together and staring at the screen in horror. Who is this person? Why is he chasing us? Is it the Blaze Realm? That's impossible. The Blaze Realm doesn't know of our existence. No matter what, the others can die, but Paige cannot, a calm middle-aged woman shouted. She then looked at the trembling youth in the corner. Everyone else looked at the youth with complicated expressions. Everyone, Paige is the flag of our alliance. As long as he's alive, we will have the confidence to resist the Blaze Realm. If he dies, then our alliance will be torn apart, the middle-aged woman said. There's no need to say anything else. We'll protect Paige with our lives, someone else said. Soon, a set of universal armor was put on the youth's body. The middle-aged woman squatted in front of him and said bitterly, Paige, you must live. You are the foundation of the alliance. Only with you alive can we resist the Blaze Realm. The young man called Paige was horrified. Can I live an ordinary life? Everyone fell silent. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with sorrow. I'm sorry, but you carry the hopes of the older generation. You are the true successor of the Blaze Realm, and your existence gives the Alliance the motivation to continue resisting. Remember, no matter what happens, everyone will protect you. You are the most important. There was a bang as the sturdy metal door to the captain's cabin was kicked open. The azure-like youth walked in and looked up. His inhuman gaze swept across the crowd before finally stopping on Paige. The middle-aged woman's heart skipped a beat. This youth had indeed come for Paige, but who was he? If it was the Blaze Realm, then this person would not be here but an almighty powerhouse. Who are you? Why are you chasing after us? Someone shouted. The youth raised his blade and slashed out. The middle-aged woman gritted her teeth and waved her hand. Flames swept out and tore through the void. She was an explorer, but even so it was useless. The flames were split apart by the youth's blade, and the blade did not stop there for even a moment before slashing down on the person in front, splitting him in two. A terrifying atmosphere spread out. Paige's face went pale and he hid in fear. The middle-aged woman was bitter. She was also an explorer, but she had been unable to retaliate against this youth. Where had this freak come from? Blade light flashed, and even though the middle-aged woman was holding back the rest, they were still killed by the youth one by one. Blood, headless corpses and severed limbs filled the captain's cabin. It was like a scene straight out of hell. The stench of blood was nauseating. The youth slowly approached the middle-aged woman and page. Soon, only the two of them were left in the captain's cabin. Chapter 375. Who are you? The middle-aged woman roared. Her abdomen was bleeding profusely. She had also been stabbed. The youth hadn't said a single word from start to finish. He just walked forward step by step, stepping into a pool of blood. Paige almost fainted. The youth stopped 3 meters away from Paige and the middle-aged woman. He raised his sword and the sharp light from the blade tore through the void. The middle-aged woman's eyes were filled with madness. She grabbed Paige and threw him towards the transparent metal. Run. As an explorer, the middle-aged woman could easily tear apart the spacecraft and toss Paige out. Even if the youth was an explorer and could chase after her into outer space, the middle-aged woman would not let go of such an opportunity. Paige could not die. He absolutely could not die. Paige felt a sharp pain in his back as the transparent metal cracked. His entire body was thrown into outer space, into an unknown distance. What did it feel like to be in outer space? He had no idea what it was, as he hadn't even reached the Lamita realm and was only a melder. Facing the unknown of space made him even more fearful. However, before he could think about it any further, the scene in front of him retreated. He was pushed back into the spacecraft by a force and slammed into the wall. The middle-aged woman was stunned. What's going on? The youth with the sword hadn't even slashed down when he turned to look in the other direction. Lu Yin was very excited as the spacecraft had finally arrived, and it crashed straight into the star energy ropes that he had set up. The ropes that he had simulated with star energy were very sturdy, as he had comprehended a domain. Even with the speed of the spacecraft, it was impossible for it to break free from the ropes. When the spacecraft collided with the star energy ropes, a huge force lifted Lu Yin's entire body up, causing him to sway in a huge circle before crashing into the spacecraft. It was like playing on a swing. Lu Yin excitedly tried to enter the spacecraft, but a humanoid object suddenly appeared in front of him and smashed towards him. He immediately became unhappy. What was the meaning of this? Was he trying to throw him out? That wouldn't do. Lu Yin kicked out without hesitation and sent the humanoid flying back. He paused for a moment and didn't immediately smash into the spacecraft. Thankfully, he was right in front of the spacecraft, so he was only delayed for a moment before the spacecraft swallowed him up. Lu Yin fell miserably into the captain's cabin with a cracked transparent metal behind him. Cough cough. He felt like he hadn't breathed in a long time and he gasped for air. Finally, he had survived. It hadn't been easy. The atmosphere in the captain's room was a little strange. Paige was stuck in the wall, and both the middle-aged woman and the young man were staring at Lu Yin, not moving at all. Lu Yin took a few deep breaths and frowned at the thick stench of blood. He looked up and suddenly felt his scalp go numb. He dodged at top speed, but a flash of light brushed past his ear, leaving behind a trail of blood. He was furious. That attack just now was meant to kill him. He raised his head and saw the young man with the saber. The blade-wielding youth hadn't expected Lu Yin to be able to dodge his attack, but he didn't hesitate and slashed out a second time. This attack was incomparably sharp and it tore through the void. This attack was very simple and didn't have many variations, but it was this simple attack that made Lu Yin feel a sense of danger. This attack gave him the same feeling as when he had faced Lu Xiaoqiu's first sword. It was fast and accurate, and all of the youth's strength had been concentrated into this attack. This person was an expert. 9 stars revolved around Lu Yin's body as he stared closely at the trajectory of the blade. He dodged to the side and at the same time he lashed out with a kick. There was a thump as the kick landed squarely on the youth's body, sending him flying out of the captain's cabin. The middle-aged woman's pupils shrank as she stared at Lu Yin in shock. This person was actually so strong. Wait, why did this person look so familiar? Lu Yin pulled back his right leg and frowned. Something was wrong. This person's physical body was very strong. His full-powered kick had felt like it had landed on a steel plate and it hadn't broken through. He turned to look at the middle-aged woman and then scanned his surroundings. It seemed like he had gotten himself into trouble. Before he could ask any questions, a cold light swept past him and a sharp blade slashed out. He hurriedly dodged, but the transparent metal of the captain's cabin was torn apart, and an even stronger suction force appeared in outer space. The youth leapt through the void and slashed out again, this time even more ruthless and ferocious than the previous attack. Lu Yin didn't have time to think, and he used the serious art to block the blade's trajectory in advance. He grabbed the youth's arm with his left hand and punched out with his right palm, directly hitting the youth's chest. 20 stacks 30-fold shockwave palm. There was a loud boom as the shockwave shattered the captain's cabin, and the entire spacecraft instantly turned dark. The youth was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm, smashing through the walls of the spacecraft and blasting into outer space. Lu Yin grimaced. He had used too much strength and the spacecraft was about to be destroyed. That wouldn't do as he had just escaped danger. He turned to look at the middle-aged woman. There's a personal spacecraft on this spacecraft, right? The middle-aged woman finally remembered who Lu Yin was and she nodded blankly. Yes. Lu Yin sighed in relief. It was good that there was one. He didn't care how many spacecraft there were, as he had just saved this woman's life. You're Lu Yin, she asked. Lu Yin grunted. The spacecraft is about to be destroyed. Hurry up and run. The middle-aged woman opened her mouth to say something, but her expression suddenly changed and she looked up in horror. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat and he looked up. His pupils shrank as he saw the youth. He had thought that this youth should have been injured or even killed by his palm strike, but he was standing at the top of the spacecraft completely unharmed. He was staring at Lu Yin with a cold gaze. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had only ever felt such a gaze from a member of the Neo-Human Alliance. It was an inhumane, almost zombie-like gaze. Could this person be from the Neo-Human Alliance? Lu Yin wasn't sure, as there were all sorts of battle techniques in the universe, and there were also many techniques that could be cultivated to the point of inhumanity. He couldn't say that only someone from the Neo-Human Alliance could possess such a gaze. But the next moment, Lu Yin was certain that this person was definitely from the Neo-Human Alliance, as the color of the youth's eyes had changed to scarlet vertical slits. The scarlet vertical slits were too easy to recognize. This was the Neo-Human Alliance. It wasn't just Lu Yin. The middle-aged woman recognized the youth as well and her face went pale. The Neo-Human Alliance? All of you will die. The youth's scarlet eyes stared at Lu Yin and the long blade in his hand disappeared. He charged towards Lu Yin, causing the spacecraft to shake. The youth punched out and a terrifying might caused the entire spacecraft to rapidly collapse. This punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary explorer. Lu Yin didn't dare to be careless against a corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance. This was one of the three dark hands, a great enemy of the entire human race. Bang! The two fists collided. A ferocious shockwave swept out in all directions and the entire spacecraft cracked apart. The bottom of Lu Yin's feet had already been torn apart, and this punch had almost sent him flying back into outer space. He didn't want to fall out again. A dark golden glow appeared on the surface of his body as his battle force seeped out. He grabbed the youth's wrist and exerted some strength. The youth was a corpse king and logically speaking his physical body shouldn't be weaker than Lu Yin's. Crack! The youth's wrist broke and he growled. His scarlet vertical eyes stared at Lu Yin, causing Lu Yin's hair to stand on end. Lu Yin gritted his teeth and exerted some more strength, snapping the youth's wrist. The youth growled and his scarlet vertical eyes disappeared. Or rather they transformed into gray pupils. They were completely gray and they seemed to devour everything around them. Even his hair had turned gray. In an instant the broken wrist was restored to its original state, and an indescribably powerful aura swept through the heavens. Lu Yin's heart raced. Seventh bro, hurry up and attack. This is a corpse king transformation. This guy isn't simple. Break him. Lu Yin didn't hesitate and slapped the youth's chest in the same spot as his previous attack. 30 stacks, 40-fold shockwave palm. The heavens seemed to fall silent for a moment and then the youth was sent flying by Lu Yin's palm. 30 stack strength was terrifying, and it was a true unequaled meter. It was also Lu Yin's strongest attack, and a single palm was enough to send the youth flying. Seventh bro, run. Your Lemeter's strength isn't enough to kill a corpse king that can transform. The monkey shouted in panic. Lu Yin didn't have time to ask any more questions. He glanced at the middle-aged woman and then quickly rushed towards the spacecraft's cabin. The middle-aged woman knew that the situation was dire, and she gritted her teeth as she pulled Paige out of the wall and carried it towards the cabin. Soon after, two spacecraft rushed out, one in front and one behind, heading in different directions. After the two spacecraft left, the youth returned. At this moment, his entire body was gray, and his powerful strength caused the void to distort. With a casual wave of his hand, he reduced the spacecraft to dust. His gray eyes scanned the heavens as he chased in a certain direction. Seventh bro, how did you provoke the Neo-Human Alliance again? The monkey shrieked. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Lu Yin was speechless. I didn't provoke them. I just happened to pass by. That's even worse. You have your own troublesome physique and even hunters are chasing after you. Seventh bro, wake up. Can't we just stay in the same place from now on? Don't come out and wander around. The monkey wailed. Lu Yin frowned. Let me ask you something. What do you mean by Corpse King transformation? Corpse King transformation is the Neo-Human Alliance's top battle technique, and it's specially made for Corpse Kings. Every time it transforms, its power level will increase. The monkey was listless as he had a feeling that his future was bleak. The scene of him being attacked by a hunter had left a shadow in his heart. By how much? Lu Yin was curious as the monkey understood his strength. Even so, the monkey had told him to immediately run away. It was clear that the increase in power was not just a 1 stars. Seventh bro, do you know why the entire universe is afraid of the Neo-Human Alliance? The monkey asked. Lu Yin did not answer. I'll tell you. First, it's because of their philosophy, which is to turn all humans into zombies so that they can gain eternal life. Second, it's because of their strength. You've already experienced that Corpse King's power. Before the Corpse King transformation, its physical body was already extremely powerful, but after the Corpse King transformation, its physical body can be strengthened by 10 times. Lu Yin's expression changed. 10 times? That's right. 10 times, the monkey said solemnly. Lu Yin was stunned. Was there such a terrifying technique? It could strengthen a person's physical body by 10 times? A Corpse King's physical body has already been strengthened by various methods. With your physical strength, you're definitely invincible among the Lemeters. Even the other 10 Arbiters Lemeters won't be able to surpass you. You're at the top, but that Corpse King wasn't much weaker than you. Even though it was an explorer, even a Lemeter Corpse King wouldn't be much weaker than you. This is the average standard of the Corpse Kings in the Neo-Human Alliance, the monkey explained. Chapter 376. An ordinary person wouldn't be much weaker than you but 10 times stronger. You can imagine why the universe views the Neo-Human Alliance as a great enemy. Their strength can't be judged by common sense, and the universe automatically excludes the Neo-Human Alliance when it comes to judging the younger generation. If the Neo-Human Alliance is one of the 3 Dark Hands, then are the other 2 equally strong? Lu Yin asked. The monkey was helpless. I don't know. The 7 courts have declined, but even so, their strength isn't something that can be estimated by the average person. As for the last one, no one knows. Then, does the universe exclude the other 2 as well when it comes to judging the younger generation? Lu Yin asked. Maybe, but the 10 arbiters' standards shouldn't be the case. Those 10 are really products of the universe's great changes. How do you know so much? You even know about the Corpse King transformation. The monkey was pleased. It's all recorded in those seniors' autobiographies. I've been wandering the universe for so many years, so of course I know a lot. Then tell me, what's above gray eyes? Lu Yin was curious. The monkey thought about it. Green eyes. What's above green eyes? Seventh bro, do you really think that I'm omniscient? Who knows what's above green eyes? Everyone who encountered it died, and they didn't even have the time to write their autobiographies. Right, seventh bro, how did you survive? I remember that we were killed by a hunter, the monkey suddenly asked. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You didn't see it? See what? The monkey asked. Lu Yin didn't know if the monkey was pretending or not, but he hadn't had the time to block the monkey when he had used his die. An expert passed by and saved us. Expert? Saved us? Then why didn't he send us to a safe place? And why did you encounter a corpse king? The monkey continued to ask. Lu Yin grew impatient. Why do you have so many questions? Keep asking and I'll block you. The monkey was speechless and grumbled softly. This spacecraft was just a normal spacecraft, and it was much slower than Lu Yin's previous one. Now it had encountered a new problem. While he was escaping, his spacecraft had been damaged by something, and it would not be able to last until he reached the Northline flow zone. He had no choice but to look for a nearby transit planet and take a merchant ship to the Northline flow zone. The nearest transit planet was not too far away. If it had been the previous spaceship, it would have taken less than 10 minutes to arrive. However, this spaceship's speed was too ordinary. It took more than 2 hours to arrive. He didn't want this spacecraft anymore. It was too slow and it wasn't even an Aurora, so it couldn't be upgraded. He walked out of the space station and raised his head to breathe in the fresh air. Noisy singing and all sorts of noises filled his ears. This planet's environment was decent, and its technology was quite advanced. It was bustling with people coming and going. He used his honor points to find the most powerful person in the space station to open the way for him. He also changed his clothes while he was at it. 10 minutes later, he boarded a passenger spacecraft heading towards the Northline flow zone, and it was a luxury cabin. He sat on a comfortable aerodynamic recliner in the cabin and was just about to read the news about the Northline flow zone when a notification popped up. There were a bunch of words on it that made Lu Yin's forehead crease. Return the money, return the money, return the money. Lu Yin was speechless. That brat Lulu was forcing his hand. It seemed like she had gone to the Great Yu Empire and was venting her anger on him because she hadn't been able to find any information about the 7 courts. Lu Yin replied with 2 words. Wait. Not long after, Lulu sent him another message. The one who owes you money is the boss. You're ruthless. Lu Yin's face twitched, but he hadn't said that he wouldn't return the money. Just as he was about to retort, a fragrance wafted past him, and a beautiful woman sat down on a luxurious aerodynamic recliner. She nodded at Lu Yin in a friendly manner. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman. She looked to be in her 20s and her attire was avant-garde but not too revealing. Her high heels stood out and Lu Yin had never seen any of the women around him wear high heels. They weren't suitable for battle. This woman had an intellectual beauty that was different from other women in battle, and she exuded a gentle aura that was different from Ming Yan's pure gentleness. It was more like a restrained sharpness and she was soft on the outside but hard on the inside. She's curvy. 7th bro, this chick is flirting with you. Seduce her. The monkey shouted. In order to rush for time, Lu Yin had boarded the lowest grade passenger spacecraft. Even the luxurious cabins weren't for one person but rather 2 people. He had been wondering who would be sitting next to him, but he hadn't expected to see a beauty. Lu Yin nodded at her in a friendly manner and then prepared to send Lulu a message. At that moment, the woman stretched out her hand in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Her fair hand was slender and beautiful. Ho, Student Lu. I'm Lily Ann. Lu Yin was astonished and he clasped her hand before quickly releasing it. Lillian? That's a rare surname. Lillian smoothed her hair and smiled. Student Lu's guess is correct. I'm from the Northline flow zone's Lily family. Lu Yin suddenly understood. So you're a descendant of the Lily family. What a coincidence to meet you here. Lillian smiled. I didn't expect to see the famous champion of the Academy on a small passenger spacecraft. Is Miss Lily and also a student of the Astral Combat Academy? Lu Yin was puzzled. Lillian smiled. I graduated and had nothing to do so I spent all my time traveling. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement. At that moment the spacecraft started up and officially headed for the Northline flow zone. This type of passenger spacecraft had an agreement with the tributary vessel that allowed one to board at a set time. As long as one could afford to board, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to reach the Northline flow zone. Lu Yin didn't pay and boarded the ship naturally. Although he felt a little embarrassed, he still wanted to save as much money as possible. Perhaps this little bit of money would allow him to fuse with a more suitable person on his Dai's 6 pips. Lily Ann was almost 10 years older than Lu Yin, and she was more experienced and knowledgeable. She was also a graduate of the Astral Combat Academy, and Lu Yin gained a lot of knowledge from sharing a luxurious cabin with her. At the very least, he knew that not everyone in the human domain looked the same. Just like the fires melt planets' people, their physical appearance varied depending on the planet's climate. Lillian introduced him to quite a few strange-looking humans, such as those with 4 hands, those that were 100 meters tall, those that had 3 eyes, and those that spoke like they were singing. Lu Yin was stunned as he listened to all of them. Since Lillian had graduated from the Astral Combat Academy, she was definitely an explorer. However, Lu Yin couldn't sense any powerful star energy fluctuations from her body. Either she had cultivated a technique similar to the invisible aura technique, or she had already gotten used to hiding her aura. Of course, there was also the possibility that she had comprehended a domain and was able to merge with her surroundings. A while ago, I found out that the Northline Flow Zone is now under Student Lu's administration, and I felt quite fortunate. Student Lu isn't as arrogant as the Day-Night clan and is easy to get along with, Lillian said happily. Lu Yin smiled. Miss Lillian, you're exaggerating. We're only supervising the younger generation, not managing them. The 10 Arbiters Council doesn't have the authority to interfere with the local administration. We only intervene when the younger generation acts recklessly. Lillian smiled. That's very impressive. The glory of the 10 Arbiters illuminates the universe, and I believe that Student Lu will definitely reach the same heights in the future. Lu Yin felt that this woman was constantly flattering him. When will Student Lu become an explorer? I heard that during the Astral Combat Tournament, Student Lu made an agreement with the sword sex Lu Xiaoqiu to challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. I believe that with Student Lu's strength, you should be able to do so. Lu Yin humbly replied, No. Those on the top 100 rankings are all the top powerhouses of the younger generation. I'm only a limiter, so I don't dare to be delusional. But Miss Lillian, you should be on the top 100 rankings, right? Lillian shook her head. No. In the entire Northline Flow Zone, only Northgate Lai has entered the top 100 rankings, and he's only ranked 93. None of us have the ability to do so, so I hope that Student Lu can bring glory to our Northline Flow Zone. After all, you're still considered a part of our Northline Flow Zone. Lu Yin hurriedly replied modestly. The two's conversation went from normal to abnormal. It was unknown who had started flattering each other, but the more they spoke, the stranger it became. Then the two stopped talking. Seventh bro, what's this woman trying to say? Is she trying to flatter you? The monkey was puzzled. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Flattery? That seemed possible. He had thought that this woman was trying to flatter him to death and had forgotten to mention flattery. However, it seemed that with his current status, he did indeed have the qualifications to be flattered. As he thought about it, he turned to look at Lillian. It just so happened that Lillian was holding a book and reading it elegantly. Under the illumination of the lamplight, she looked like a goddess. Lu Yin turned back. Flattery? That didn't seem like it. How could this woman flatter him? But he hadn't offended her before, so she shouldn't be trying to flatter him to death. Could it be that she had a favor to ask of him? Lu Yin activated his gadget and began to search for information on the Lily family. He quickly found Lily Ann's information and his eyes widened. This woman was actually the heir of the Lily family. He was stunned for a moment. An heir traveling around? Were those families so carefree these days? He turned to look at Lily Ann again. With her status as the heir, this woman's goddess-like aura had become even stronger. To many people, marrying her would be equivalent to a meteoric rise. The Lily family was one of the 3 strongest families in the Northline Flow Zone, and they had an almighty powerhouse with a power level of more than 200,000. Student Lu, what's the matter? Lillian noticed that Lu Yin was looking at her, so she looked at him and asked, Student Lu, what's wrong? Lu Yin felt awkward. Miss Lillian, I'd like to ask about the Northgate platform competition. Lillian put down her book and smiled gently. Student Lu, you should know the general situation from the internet. There are some confidential information that you should be able to find out with your authority. What do you want to know? You can ask me. Lu Yin muttered to himself and looked at Lillian. The 17 families are united because of the Northgate platform competition? The 3 strongest families have always been in control of the Northgate platform, which means that the other 14 families are vassals. Can I understand it that way? Lily Ann's eyes flashed and she ran her fingers through her hair again. Student Lu's point of view is different from the average person's. Most people think about how the Northgate platform competition will be held, who are the young geniuses of the 17 families, and who are they on good terms with. Student Lu, are you more concerned about the issue of unity? Chapter 377. Lu Yin nodded. He was indeed curious. Rather than 17 families competing for the Northgate platform, it was more like 3 families were competing with the other 14 families. Lillian thought about it and then looked at Lu Yin. She earnestly said, "When wolves are around, a sheep will seek the protection of a hunting dog, even if it's being cooked by a hunter." Her words clearly explained the situation in the North Line flow zone. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Although this woman had not mentioned the 17 families, a simple analogy was enough for him to understand. 14 families would rather seek the protection of the other 3 families than be divided by the other flow zones. This was the sorrow of the weak. The universe was filled with such thoughts. Lu Yin retracted his gaze. At this moment he had a deep understanding of the Northline flow zone's situation and the significance of the Northgate platform competition. Its greater significance was to deter external enemies. Brother Lu, many experts from other flow zones have been invited to witness the Northgate platform competition. Let me give you a brief introduction, Lillian said. Lu Yin nodded as he was curious as to who the Blazing Mist flow zone had sent. First, the top experts. The Beast Tamers flow zone is the closest to the Northline flow zone, and they've sent a Class 1 Hall expert named Fade. His power level is 170,000, and he's not far from becoming an almighty powerhouse. The Blazing Mist flow zone's Blaze Realm has sent Poison Flame. His power level was 160,000 a decade ago, but his current level is unknown. The Blazing Mist flow zone's Ross Empire has sent Duke Blackhawk, who is the same as Poison Flame. His power level was previously known to be 160,000, but now it's estimated to be around 180,000. The Tempest flow zone isn't that far from the Northline flow zone and they've sent. Many experts had been invited to the Northgate platform competition, and 2 of the 8 major flow zones had sent experts. Including the smaller flow zones like the Tempest flow zone, there were more than 10 of them. These experts were all here to witness the competition, but they were not very strong. None of them were even hunters. The ones to be wary of were the Beast Tamers flow zone's Fade, the Blazing Mist flow zone's Poison Flame and Duke Blackhawk. These were the 2 major flow zones that the Northline flow zone had to guard against. The 8 great flow zones were rich in experts, and while hunters were not considered rare in other flow zones, they could not casually dispatch them either. However, things were different for the 8 great flow zones as they could even dispatch almighty powerhouses. Almighty powerhouses were generally the protectors of smaller flow zones, and they would not be easily dispatched. The passenger spacecraft wasn't very fast, and it took a total of 5 days to travel from the transit planet to the tributary arc and then to the Northline flow zone. These 5 days were roughly equivalent to the total time it would take for Lu Yin to travel from San Daoist to the Northline flow zone. To a cultivator, time was life. He wanted to get another Black Hole-class Aurora spaceship when he returned. In the Blazing Mist flow zone, Lu Yin had not noticed anything, but the deeper he went into the universe, the more stable the void became. He had stayed in the Innerverse before. Back then, when Big Sis and the others had brought him around the Innerverse, he had still been a normal person who had yet to cultivate, so he hadn't been able to sense anything out of the ordinary. The second time he had come to the Innerverse, he had gone to the border of the Erudite flow zone. He had passed through the Blazing Mist flow zone and then arrived at the Erudite flow zone. He had walked along the border of the Innerverse, so he hadn't been able to sense anything out of the ordinary. Now that he had arrived at the Northline flow zone, he finally felt that the void was different. It felt much heavier, but the difference was not that great. Lily Ann was the host of the Northline flow zone, and before they even got off the passenger spacecraft, the Lily family's luxurious spacecraft was already waiting for them. Lu Yin and Lily Ann immediately boarded the luxurious spacecraft from the passenger spacecraft and headed towards the Northgate platform. There's less than 10 days until the North Gate platform competition. I can show Brother Lu around the North Gate platform so that you can familiarize yourself with the local customs of the North Line flow zone, Lily An said enthusiastically. Lu Yin hurriedly declined as this woman had been flattering him the entire time, which was too much for him to handle. He was certain that Lily An had something she needed his help with, and he wanted to avoid interacting with her as much as possible. Brother Lu, what are you guarding against me for? Lily An looked at Lu Yin and probed. Lu Yin smiled. Of course I'm not guarding against you, Miss Lily An. It's just that Astral 10 has landed in the North Line flow zone, so I need to return to Astral 10. Lillian smiled. So that's how it is. I was being overly suspicious, but Brother Lu has been calling me by my full name for the past few days. It's too unfamiliar. We should be friends, right? Lu Yin laughed dryly. Then I'll just call you Miss Anne. Lillian smiled, tacitly agreeing. Right, Brother Lu, there's something I forgot to tell you. Lillian opened her gadget and tapped on a screen. Astral 10's arrival in the Northline flow zone has caused a wave of challenges from many students from Shanggu Academy. Over the past few days, students have been challenging students from Astral 10, but unfortunately, almost all of them have been defeated. Lu Yin looked at the screen, which was currently showing Zora's battle with a stranger. That person should be a student from Shanggu Academy, and he wasn't weak. He had stepped into the Lamita realm and was very proficient in using battle techniques, but he had still been defeated by Zora in the end. When he saw Zora again, Lu Yin could clearly feel that something was different about her. Windrift Hall's battle techniques were unique, and they were indeed unique. They could seal star energy just by tapping their fingers against a person's body. He should study them when he had the time. Aside from Zora's battle, there were also battles between Zhao Yilong, Meng Yu and Coco. Shanggu Academy lived up to its name, and there were many challengers. Although almost all of them had been defeated, there were still some winners. For example, the person who had fought with Meng Yu had easily won. His name is Northgate Gang, and he's the younger brother of the Northgate family's young master, Northgate Lai. He's also one of the strongest students from Shanggu Academy, Lily An introduced. Lu Yin nodded. Although Shanggu Academy couldn't compare to the Astral Combat Academy, it was normal for them to have a few powerhouses. Meng Yu, Zhao Yilong and Schütz were all considered the weakest students in Astral 10, followed by Hui Day Knight and Michelle. Northgate Gang could defeat Meng Yu, but he definitely wasn't Michelle's match. He was probably on the same level as Hui Day Knight. It was already quite good for him to be able to match a Day Knight expert. The funniest part was Coco's battle. She frantically ran while carrying a huge syringe, and it felt like she would poke anyone she caught. It had to be said that the huge syringe was quite intimidating, and even Lu Yin didn't dare to be poked even once. Unfortunately, she was still defeated. Coco's weakness was obvious. She was vulnerable to area of effect attacks. Although the syringe's defense was top-notch, it couldn't last for too long as her stamina was running out. After Coco's defeat, Xiao Luo's next opponent was Lu Yin. When he saw Xiao Luo, Lu Yin knew that there was no more suspense in this battle. Of all the students in Astral 10, he was the only one who was unrivaled. Only Xiao Luo and Silver were second to him. It was hard to say who would win, but they could easily crush everyone else. The results of the Astral Combat Tournament had proven many things. They both had the strength to fight against the student leaders. Lu Yin had never been clear about Xiao Luo's bottom line, but he and Silver had improved at an unimaginable speed. This person is a powerhouse from Astral 10, right? Ever since he started fighting, the strongest people from Shanggu Academy have all been defeated without any suspense, Lily An said as she looked at Xiao Luo with bright eyes. Lu Yin nodded. His strength is second only to mine. Lily An sighed. No wonder Northgate Gang couldn't even see his bottom line. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. He couldn't even see Northgate Gang's strength, let alone Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo had never fought seriously with him, and what he had once thought of as a serious battle was now nothing more than a joke to Lu Yin. Shanggu Academy's challenge was just an interlude. The Lily family had arranged for Lu Yin to stay in the most luxurious restaurant in the Northgate platform. Lily An had wanted to invite Lu Yin to stay at her house, but he had declined. When he saw the Northgate platform, Lu Yin was shocked. It was just a stone platform, but it was incomparably huge and floated in space. The universe was vast and mysterious. Lily did not linger and left after settling Lu Yin down. Lu Yin stood in his room in the restaurant and looked outside. There were many students bustling about, and they all seemed to be full of youthful energy. To them, the Northgate platform competition had been lively, but they did not know that it was actually a tragedy for the Northline flow zone. It was a tragedy that they had no choice but to reveal their strength in order to intimidate their enemies. Lu Yin contacted old Kai, but he was not in a hurry to return to Astral 10. Since he had come to the Northgate platform, he naturally wanted to learn more about Shanggu Academy. This academy was under his direct supervision, as he was a member of the Council of Astral Academy appointed by the 10 Arbiters Council to oversee the Northline flow zone. He rested for a day. The place he was staying in was considered a standalone house. Walking out of the room was a small courtyard, and further outside was the hotel lobby. Lu Yin casually ordered a few dishes and sat in the main hall looking around. It was mealtime and more students had arrived. Why do you think the Astral Combat Academy students are so strong? Our Shanggu Academy is a gathering of the Northline flow zone's top geniuses, but we've lost more than we've won. Not far away, a few students were discussing loudly, clearly in a bad mood. Lu Yin did not look at them and quietly ate his meal. All right, don't flatter yourself. What do you mean by more than they've won? That's because they haven't won much. Aside from Northgate Gang and a few other top students, the rest can't beat anyone else. That's not necessarily true. That girl can still win. Don't you feel ashamed? All you think about is fighting a girl reprimanded. All right, don't blame him. The students of the Astral Combat Academy are not to be trifled with. Do you remember when Lily rebelled against her family and insisted on studying at the Astral Combat Academy? There's also Northgate Lai. He tried his best to enter the Astral Combat Academy, but in the end Shanggu Academy's president promised him the best resources to nurture him. The difference is too obvious. The Astral Combat Academy's mentors are at least hunters, but most of our Shanggu Academy's mentors are only cruisers, and some of them aren't even cruisers. You can't say that. Many of the powerhouses on the top 100 rankings have never studied at the Astral Combat Academy. It's mainly based on their individual aptitudes. The wave of challenges from Shanggu Academy had stimulated the students' desire to win, but the reality was bleak. Lu Yin smiled. Astral 10 was not a pushover. Although the crazy president had caused Astral 10 to decline, Lu Yin's batch was different. Old Kai and the others had taken good care of them and taught them separately, which had allowed Meng Yu and the others to improve so much that they could rival the average Astral Combat Academy student. Dark Void, Michelle, and the others had even surpassed the average and reached the level of an area master. Seventh bro, does it feel good to hear people helplessly talk about you behind your back? The monkey laughed strangely. Lu Yin took a sip of wine. Feels good. Chapter 378. They weren't the only ones talking about Astral 10. Almost all of the students were talking about it. Lu Yin had originally wanted to visit Shanggu Academy, but he suddenly received an invitation from Lily and to a small gathering at Northgate Mansion. Northgate Mansion was the most luxurious gathering place in Northgate Platform, and it contained the most luxurious things in the Northline flow zone. It was where the Northgate Platform entertained important guests, and it could also be used for gatherings. Of course, most people couldn't use it and only the 17 families were allowed to use it. Lily had invited him to a gathering for the younger generation of the 17 families, and there would be a group of people of the same age as him. This was one of the ways to resolve grudges before the Northgate platform competition. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. He couldn't always reject people and he really did need to interact with his peers. After all, these people were under his supervision in the 10 Arbiters Council, and he was considered a newly appointed official. Northgate Mansion wasn't far from where Lu Yin lived, and his restaurant was second only to Northgate Mansion in terms of luxury. At this moment there were quite a few people gathered at Northgate Mansion. Groups of seemingly rich and powerful students were entering, and there were also quite a few beauties standing outside, looking at the passing students expectantly, hoping to be taken inside. Once one entered Northgate Mansion, one's status would skyrocket. This was common knowledge in Northgate Platform. Thus, whenever there was a gathering at Northgate Mansion, countless beauties would try their best to sneak in. Every social circle had its own struggles, and although some struggles were invisible to ordinary people, it didn't mean that they didn't exist. Lu Yin had just walked out of Northgate Mansion when a beauty stuck close to him. She was extremely passionate and seductive. To be honest, Lu Yin had never seen such a scene before. He was just a student in his early 20s and was full of vigor. Being entangled by such a beauty left him stunned for a moment, but the person who came to his rescue quickly arrived. It was Lilian. "Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for a day and you've already met a beauty. I'm going to have a whole new level of respect for you." Lilian beamed as she walked over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin didn't even have a chance to speak before the beauty's expression changed. She panicked and apologized before running away. Lu Yin was stunned. "What's going on?" Lilian smiled. "She's trying to curry favor with the powerful. Brother Lu, don't mind her." Lu Yin immediately understood and he scanned his surroundings. Quite a few beauties had appeared and were looking over expectantly. He did not look down on these people. Everyone had a different attitude towards life, and their methods were naturally different as well. Everyone had their own difficulties and no one had the right to look down on them. Of course, deceiving others' feelings was another matter altogether. "Let's go, Brother Lu. Everyone is waiting for you." Lilian made an inviting gesture. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony, and he politely replied as he stepped into Northgate Mansion. Although he had expected this to happen, he was still shocked by the extravagance of the Northgate Mansion. It was like the difference between heaven and earth when compared to the outside world. It was as if everything a human could enjoy had been gathered here. Delicacies, fine wine, beauties, glowing fruits. Everything was here. Lilian looked at Lu Yin and saw the initial shock in his eyes before he calmed down. She subconsciously frowned. Wasn't Lu Yin's background so complicated that even the Day-Night clan had to be wary of him? Why would he be surprised by the decorations of Northgate Mansion? To ordinary people, the luxurious decorations were beyond their imagination, but to the scions of influential families, it was nothing special. However, Lilian didn't think too much about it. Every family had their own way of nurturing their disciples, and Lu Yin had probably been raised in poverty. Lu Yin very naturally picked up a glowing fruit and took a bite. It was much sweeter in his mouth. The fruit was juicy and delicate and there was even a hint of coolness to it. It was very comfortable to swallow, and he sighed in praise as he subconsciously picked up another one. Lilian looked at him with a beaming smile. There were currently no less than 100 youths gathered at Northgate Mansion. They came from 17 families and some of them were from powers that were on good terms with the 17 families. Most of them were gathered in the main hall, and some of them were in the private rooms on the top floor. Normally, only the scions of the 3 great families were allowed to enter. At this moment, the crowd in the private rooms on the top floor couldn't help but laugh as they watched the screen. "This Lu Yin doesn't have much of a background, right? Look at how poor he looks. He hasn't eaten anything good in years," someone mocked. Northgate Gang's lips curled up. "Don't say that. Maybe he's just hungry." "Huh." The crowd burst into laughter. "Right, Brother Northgate, when will Brother Lai arrive?" a pretty girl asked with sparkling eyes. Northgate Gang slowly replied, "I don't know. Maybe he'll come, maybe he won't." "What a pity. I heard that this Lu Yin can challenge those at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. I hope that Brother Lai can teach him a lesson." "What kind of joke is this? He's actually supervising us." "That's right. The 10 Arbiters Council has never interfered with the matters of our Northline flow zone, but they've actually sent a student over." Northgate Gang was also unhappy when this topic was brought up. The Northgate family had spent a lot of effort to nurture Northgate Lai in the hopes that he would rise to a high position in the 10 Arbiters Council and then supervise the Northline flow zone and even the surrounding flow zones. This would reduce the pressure on the Northline flow zone, but Lu Yin had intercepted this opportunity. The entire Northgate family did not like Lu Yin. There was a bang as the door to the private room opened, and a girl rushed in excitedly. "I heard that Lu Yin came. Where's he? Where's he?" Many people felt a headache coming on when they saw the girl. Lily Schuer was a troublemaker, but she was also the successor of the Lily family, second only to Lily Ann. Her status was quite high, and she was also favored by Granny Chan. She was practically lawless in the North Line flow zone. Northgate Gang was even more troubled. He had been ordered by his family to pursue Lily Schuer, but the more he interacted with her, the more he realized that it was impossible. This girl had a fiery personality and she could cause trouble just by having a meal with him. He did not know what to do. There, your sister is accompanying Lu Yin. Northgate Gang pointed at the screen. Lily Schuer looked up and saw Lu Yin opening his mouth to swallow a pastry that looked like an egg, but was actually not an egg. It was extremely delicious. Lily Schuer blinked. That's Lu Yin? Why is he so hungry? Everyone laughed. Suddenly Lu Yin raised his head and looked at everyone. Everyone felt their hearts clench as if they had been grabbed by something. They felt the urge to avoid Lu Yin's gaze. Fortunately, Lu Yin only glanced at them before lowering his head and continuing to eat. Northgate Gang narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. He had been startled and this Lu Yin had to be taught a lesson. Not bad, I like it. Northgate Gang, get Brother Lai to fight him. I don't believe that he's as strong as he appears to be in the tournament of the strongest. It must be a show. Lily Schuer shouted. Northgate Gang had the same idea. He was just waiting for his brother to arrive. He hoped that he would. Lu Yin ate for a while and the food was simply too delicious. Although it was not as rare as the food that Madame Naylan had served him, it was still very tasty. Not bad, not bad. So your North Line flow zone specializes in good food. I have a friend who always says that he's a gourmet. I wonder if he'll come. Lillian smiled. If Brother Lu's friend comes, the Lily family will definitely welcome him warmly. Lu Yin laughed. He was talking about Silver. If Silver really came, how would the Lily family welcome him? Would the Neo-Human Alliance need to be welcomed? That would not be inviting a banquet but rather death. Brother Lu, are you done eating? Lillian asked. Lu Yin nodded. I'm done. Sco. I hope that the person we're waiting for is here. Lily Ann's eyes flashed. Who are you talking about, Brother Lu? Lu Yin shrugged. I don't know the details, but in these kinds of gatherings, the big shots are usually the last to arrive, right? Lillian smiled. Brother Lu, are you talking about yourself? Missin, you've misunderstood. Why don't we make a bet? Even if I'm here, there's definitely someone else who hasn't arrived yet, Lu Yin said with interest. He was beginning to understand the problems of these aristocratic children. The more important the gatherings were, the more likely those who felt good about themselves would be late to show their worth. Lily Ann politely declined as she knew that Northgate Lai had not arrived yet. Could Lu Yin be talking about him? Out of the 17 families, the 3 most important families' children were all at the top floor. Anyone who could reach the top floor would definitely attract attention. At this moment, Lu Yin could feel that the entire Northgate Mansion's main hall was focused on him. There were even some young girls who wanted nothing more than to follow him up. Entering Northgate Mansion was one level and entering the top floor was another. After seeing Lu Yin's appearance, many people cried out in surprise. The Astral Combat Tournament and the Tournament of the Strongest had made Lu Yin a well-known existence. Not many people had seen the Tournament of the Strongest, but the Astral Combat Tournament had been broadcasted across the entire universe. Lu Yin could not hide his identity even if he wanted to, unless he changed his appearance. It's Lu Yin. Lu Yin is here. He's a member of the 10 Arbiters Council who oversees the younger generation of our North Line flow zone. Really is Lu Yin. I really want to fight him and experience the strength of the strongest in the Astral Combat Academy. Brother, forget it. We can't even beat those people from Astral 10, let alone Lu Yin. Lu Yin himself did not know how much influence he had amongst the younger generation, but because of him, the number of youths who wanted to enter the Astral Combat Academy had increased by a large margin. Young people cared more about glory, and there was nothing more glorious than becoming the strongest in a battle broadcasted across the entire universe. Lu Yin's achievements were a monument, just like the achievements of the 10 arbiters. Soon Lily Ann brought Lu Yin to a private room on the top floor. The people inside had been watching Lu Yin ever since he had entered Northgate Mansion, and they were not surprised by his arrival. Lu Yin had also noticed that there were many surveillance cameras in the lobby, and he knew that these people were watching him. He could feel that many of them were rejecting him. Let me introduce you all. This is Lu Yin, a member of the Council of Astral Academy. He's in charge of the education, supervision and punishment of the younger generation of our Northline Flow Zone, Lillian said. Following her introduction, many people gave Lu Yin face and said a few words of admiration, but there were also some who did not care, such as Northgate Gang. One of the girls was especially lively and she walked up to Lu Yin with wide eyes. Lu Yin looked at the girl in front of him and felt a little confused. "Sure, stop messing around and come back," Lillian scolded her in a low voice and pulled the girl behind her. She then apologized to Lu Yin. "I'm sorry, Brother Lu. This is my younger sister Lily Shu. She's a little naughty, so please don't mind her. I'm already so old. Don't treat me like a child," Lily Shu said unhappily. Lillian turned around and glared at her. Chapter 379. Lu Yin smiled. "People say that the Lily family produces beauties, and it's true. Miss Inner is so pretty and so is Miss Shuer. Then who do you think is prettier, me or my sister?" Lily Shuer immediately asked, looking at him slyly. Lu Yin was stunned. He had only been praising her out of politeness, but why did it feel like he had just screwed himself over? It seemed that Lily Ann also wanted to know the answer to this question. Lu Yin was speechless and awkwardly replied, "They're all pretty, all pretty. Brother Lu, please take a seat." "Don't just stand there," Northgate Gang said as he pointed at an empty seat. Lu Yin looked over and his eyes twitched. That empty seat was not at the head of the table and it wasn't even close to the head of the table. According to the rules, seats were arranged according to one's status, which meant that Northgate Gang saw 3 people who were ranked above him. Lily Ann's expression changed and she looked at Northgate Gang. "Young Master Northgate, you must have pointed to the wrong seat. Brother Lu should be sitting here." She pointed to the seat just below the head of the table. Northgate Gang sneered. "Miss of course the seat at the very top belongs to my elder brother, and he's gone to greet a witness from the Tempest Flow Zone's Fire Scorpion sect. I heard that it's the head disciple of the Fire Scorpion sect. Does Miss Inner think that the head disciple of the Fire Scorpion sect isn't qualified to sit at the bottom?" Everyone had subtle expressions as they looked at Lu Yin and Lily Ann. As an expert of the top 100 rankings, Northgate Lai was naturally at the peak of the younger generation. Now they were fighting over who would take the next seat. Whoever took the next seat would be second only to Northgate Lai. Given Lu Yin's status in the 10 Arbiters Council, he was definitely not inferior to the Fire Scorpion sect. However, Northgate Gang did not like Lu Yin. Furthermore, Lu Yin had no background and he had even offended the Day-Night clan. Who knew when he would die? Many people felt that it was not worth it to offend the Fire Scorpion sect for someone who was about to die. The Fire Scorpion sect was a power that was second only to the Feng family in the Tempest Flow Zone, and their methods were ruthless, which made the Northline Flow Zone wary. Lily Ann's tone turned much colder. "Brother Lu is here on behalf of the 10 Arbiters Council. Does young Master Northgate think that the 10 Arbiters Council is inferior to the Fire Scorpion sect?" Northgate Gang retorted, "This is a gathering of the younger generation, so there's no need to talk about status. My brother's strength on the top 100 rankings goes without saying, and Miss Inner, you're also an explorer, so you should be seated above Brother Lu. Brother Lu, there's no problem with my words, right?" Lily Ann still wanted to say something, but Lu Yin raised a hand to stop her. He looked at Northgate Gang and leisurely said, "Brother Northgate, are you saying that we'll be ranked based on strength?" Northgate Gang raised his head. "Of course." Lu Yin nodded. "If that's the case, then I shouldn't be sitting there. I should be sitting there." He then pointed to the seat at the very top. "There." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. Northgate Gang slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Lu Yin. Many of the people present had ugly expressions on their faces. This person was far too arrogant. He actually wanted to sit at the head of the table. Furthermore, this was under the premise that he was ranked based on strength. Didn't that mean that this person believed that he was stronger than Northgate Lai, an expert on the top 100 rankings? Lillian was shocked. She had interacted with Lu Yin for a few days and she felt that he was quite easy to talk to. He was also very humble and he had politely rejected her many compliments. How could he be so arrogant now? Northgate Lai was on the top 100 rankings, and the Northline Flow Zone's Northgate family and Shanggu Academy had used countless resources to create him. What right did Lu Yin have to say that he was even stronger? Lily Ann's eyes were practically sparkling. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. This person doesn't look like much, but he's so heroic. He's too handsome. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He did not want to be too high profile, but he was representing the 10 arbiters, and according to the Sandmaster, the 10 arbiters represented an unfathomable spirit. Since he was representing the 10 arbiters, he could not back down at a time like this. If he did, not only would he lose his seat, but he would also lose his value in the eyes of the 10 arbiters. It was not appropriate to keep a low profile in the 10 arbiters' council, nor was it appropriate to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. The 10 arbiters believed that they were invincible, and Lu Yin needed to have that kind of spirit as well. Otherwise, how could he suppress the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone? The more modest he was, the easier it would be for him to be targeted. Lu Yin had already thought things through before coming here. He was not here to be a nice guy, but rather to suppress the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone. He was certain that the 10 arbiters preferred to directly suppress the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone rather than keeping a low profile and using underhanded methods. He had never heard of any of the 10 arbiters who had used underhanded methods to get to their positions. Every single one of the 10 arbiters represented invincibility and unfathomability. Lu Yin needed to adapt to his current position and treat these people as people of the Great Yu Empire. He was above millions of people in the Great Yu Empire, and in this place he should be treated the same way among his peers. Northgate Gang stared at Lu Yin, not knowing what to say. At that moment the door to the private room opened again and a dignified young man walked in. His gaze swept past everyone and landed on Lu Yin. "Brother." Northgate Gang was delighted. Everyone in the private room looked at the young man in delight. This young man was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone, and he was ranked 93rd on the top 100 rankings. Northgate Lai. Lu Yin looked up and met Northgate Lai's eyes. This was not his first time meeting an expert on the top 100 rankings. Whether it was Puyu, Wendy Yushan or Mira, they were all much stronger than this Northgate Lai. However, Northgate Lai was the only person who made Lu Yin feel excited. This was because Lu Yin believed that he could fight against this person and even defeat him. When Lillian saw Northgate Lai arrive, she hurriedly stepped forward. "Brother Lai, it's been a while." Northgate Lai did not look at Lillian and continued to stare at Lu Yin. Behind him, another young man walked out. This young man had a strange scorpion tattoo on his face, and his pupils were black with a hint of dark red. He looked quite sinister. "You're Lu Yin?" Northgate Lai asked, his voice deep like a bell. It was obvious that he was a decisive and ruthless person. "You're Northgate Lai, an expert on the top 100 rankings," Lu Yin said. Northgate Lai's lips curled up. "I've long heard of your reputation as the champion of the tournament of the strongest, Lu Yin. You can easily crush space-exploring powerhouses and even defeat cruisers. Now that I've met you in person, I can see that you live up to your reputation. You're even more arrogant than the rumors make you out to be." Lily Ann's expression changed. "Brother Lai." Northgate Lai stopped her before she could finish. The Northline Flow Zone cannot be underestimated." Lily Ann was speechless, and she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin smiled. "Brother Northgate, I've never underestimated anyone. It's just that I've been underestimated by others. Sometimes dignity has to be earned by oneself." Northgate Lai shouted, "Well said. I thought you were relying on the 10 arbiters' prestige." Lu Yin's smile faded and his expression turned solemn. "The 10 arbiters are the 10 arbiters and I'm me. Brother Northgate, you should know that I should have come to the Northline Flow Zone a long time ago. However, it will be difficult to gain the recognition of the 10 arbiters' official document, and I, Lu Yin, am not used to having others stand up for me." Northgate Lai raised his head. "Well said, Lu Yin. You have more backbone than I expected. Members of the Council of Astral Academy rarely get involved with the matters of the Innerverse younger generation. They're more like secretaries who read the documents for the 10 arbiters, and they even need the 10 arbiters' council to handle matters. That makes others look down on you. Since you dared to come here personally and speak such arrogant words, no matter what the outcome is, I, Northgate Lai, will consider you a friend. Northgate Gang immediately spoke up. Luyin, if you have the guts, then fight my brother. That's right, Luyin. If you have the guts, then fight me. If you have the guts, then fight me. The surrounding people immediately jeered. The sinister man behind Northgate Lai also sized Luyin up with a look of surprise. Luyin smiled. Sure, but let's talk about the conditions first. Northgate Lai raised a hand. If you win, then you have the final say in the matters of the Northline Flow Zone's younger generation. Even Shanggu Academy is willing to be supervised by you. Luyin nodded. All right. If you win, then I will no longer interfere with the matters of the Northline Flow Zone, and I will definitely not ask the 10 Arbiters Council to interfere. Then it's settled, Northgate Lai said in a clear voice. Northgate Gang was excited. He did not believe that Luyin could defeat his elder brother, as that was impossible. The top 100 rankings were extremely powerful, and the Northline Flow Zone only had one Northgate Lai. In Northgate Gang's opinion, the experts on the top 100 rankings were basically invincible within the same realm. There were only 100 people in the entire universe, and they were scattered throughout the universe. Many people would never meet such people in their entire lives. Northgate Gang had been thinking about how to kick Luyin out, but he had not expected it to be so easy. Northgate Gang had been having a headache for quite some time, as this person was simply too impatient. After agreeing on the battle, Luyin excused himself from Lily and left. Everyone present had ostracized him and he had eaten his fill. There was no need for him to be looked down upon. As soon as he left Northgate Mansion, Lily chased after him and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Lu. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Luyin smiled. No need to apologize. It's normal and it's within expectations. Lillian sighed. The 10 Arbiters Council controls the universe's younger generation and no one can escape. The same goes for the Northline Flow Zone. Northgate Gang and the others are trying to kick you out, but they don't know that even if you leave, someone else will replace you. The 10 Arbiters won't let go of any region. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as there was a reason behind her words. This Lillian must have sensed something. If you leave, the person who replaces you might be one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings. At that time, even Northgate Lai won't be able to do anything. The 10 Arbiters Council won't let Northgate Lai supervise the Northline Flow Zone, Lillian said. Northgate Lai is also a member of the 10 Arbiters Council? Lu Yin was astonished as he had not known about this. Lillian nodded. He joined as soon as he entered the top 100 rankings. Which arbiters do you follow? Lu Yin was curious. Lillian shook her head. I don't know. The names of the 10 arbiters are taboo, and Northgate Lai doesn't dare to reveal them. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity as he only knew the names of 3 of the 10 arbiters. Night King Zhenwu, Arbiter Wen Sanxi and Divine Fist Lan Si. He had only heard of one of the 10 arbiters from the Sword Sect, one from the Phoenix family, and one who was known as the War King. As for the rest he did not know. Was there a need to hide the names of the 10 arbiters? It was just their names, and Lu Yin was beginning to wonder why the 10 arbiters would hide their names. What were they afraid of? Missin, you should go back. This is a gathering of 17 families and it won't do without you, the young lady of the Lily family, Lu Yin said with a smile. Lily apologized once more and then left. Lu Yin looked up. There were some things that he had to fight for himself. The 10 arbiters' prestige was very important, and any one of them had the ability to destroy a powerful organization. But so what? The 10 arbiters were the 10 arbiters and Lu Yin was not one of them. If he relied on the 10 arbiters' prestige to do things, then he would forever live under their light. After all, the 10 arbiters were his enemies. Lu Yin would never be able to forget this piece of paper. Chapter 380. After walking some distance away from Northgate Mansion, Lu Yin stopped. Come out. A thin figure walked out from behind him. It was nighttime, so the figure's appearance wasn't very clear. However, Lu Yin had comprehended a domain and his 5 senses were heightened so he could see clearly. He didn't recognize this person. Who are you? This person had followed him all the way out of Northgate Mansion without any hostility, which was strange. The figure approached Lu Yin and stopped 10 meters away. My name is Ah Fan. You might not have heard of me, but I've fought with you before. You should have some impression of me. Lu Yin was confused. There was a battle. Ah Fan answered seriously, a ported battle. You were a red name at that time. Lu Yin was shocked. You're the one whose teleportation stone I stole? Ah Fan looked sullen and nodded. Lu Yin was speechless as he hadn't expected to meet someone like this here. The ported battles included all the youths in the universe who possessed a teleportation stone. This person was unlucky to have met Lu Yin while he was a red name and had stolen his teleportation stone. Furthermore, this person was from the North Line flow zone, which made things awkward. For a moment the two were speechless. Although Lu Yin felt awkward, he didn't mind. Teleportation stones could be fought for anyway. Back when the crazy headmaster had destroyed Astral 10, many of the teleportation stones had been stolen by others, which was normal. What, are you looking for me for revenge? Lu Yin asked. Ah Fan's expression was solemn as he stared at Lu Yin. I want to fight you again. Lu Yin frowned. You should know that you can't beat me. Ah Fan's eyes flashed with bitterness. I know, but I'm still one of the top students of Shanggu Academy. I can't accept being defeated by a single palm. At the very least, I hope to receive a second palm strike from you. Lu Yin raised a brow. Receive a second palm strike? How arrogant. Ah Fan was stunned. Was receiving a second palm strike that arrogant? How could he know that Lu Yin had used 30 stacks as the strongest attack in the universe? There were only a few Limiters who could receive a palm strike with 30 stacks, and even an explorer would be instantly killed. This was why Lu Yin thought that Ah Fan was arrogant. Even the gray-eyed corpse king from the Neo-Human Alliance had been sent flying by a single palm strike. Hang on, Shanggu Academy, Ah Fan? Lu Yin felt like he had heard this name before. Lu Yin, I, Ah Fan, personally challenge you, Ah Fan said loudly, his tone solemn. Ah Fan was one of the nominal students of San Dios, and the record stated that he was from Shanggu Academy. Did you participate in the Outerverse trials? Ah Fan nodded. Yes. Lu Yin nodded as there was no mistake about it. Since this person was able to gain fame in San Dios and had just walked out of Northgate Mansion, it seemed that he had some sort of background. This was exactly the kind of person that Lu Yin needed. You want to challenge me? That's right, Ah Fan said seriously. Lu Yin muttered to himself, sure, but I have a condition. Ah Fan clenched his fists. A battle is a battle. What other conditions are there? Lu Yin's lips curled up. I fight either out of my own free will or out of self-preservation. Otherwise, why would I fight you? Fighting is risky and it's better to be safe. Alright, what are your conditions? Ah Fan asked. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to join San Dios after you lose and become one of my subordinates. 2 is. Lu Yin suddenly didn't know how to set the price. When Craner from the Blaze Realm had come looking for trouble with Lu Yin because of Shiyu, Lu Yin had offered 20,000 star crystals for a spar. Back then, 20,000 star essence had not been a small amount, but now that he thought about it, he realized that he owed Lulu 50 star essence, which was the equivalent of 5 million star crystals. When he thought about how much money he owed, Lu Yin's gaze hardened. 2 is 1 star essence. You pick one. Ah Fan was stunned as if he had just heard something unbelievable. Well, what did you say? A cube of star essence? Lu Yin nodded, but when he saw Ah Fan's stunned expression, he had a bad feeling. You can't afford it? Ah Fan shook his head. Star essence is too precious, and it's usually in the hands of large families. It's also very difficult for non-direct descendants to obtain it. I don't have any. Star crystals are fine as well. You can convert them, Lu Yin said. Ah Fan hesitated for a moment. I'll choose the first option. Lu Yin raised a brow. What, you don't even have 100,000 star crystals? Ah Fan shook his head and bitterly replied, money isn't that easy to obtain. Most of what my family gives me is resources. As for star crystals, they're given based on my absorption rate. Aside from the amount I use for cultivation and battle techniques, I don't have much left. I don't have that much money. Lu Yin could hear the bitterness in Ah Fan's words and his mouth twitched. These disciples of large families didn't have it easy. They weren't as extravagant as he had thought, and they didn't even have 100,000 star crystals. Wasn't it a bit too much for him to borrow star essence from someone else? However, without that much money he wouldn't have been as strong as he was now. If those large families were given the choice of spending hundreds of star essence in exchange for a successor with the power of the champion of the Astral Combat Academy's Tournament of the Strongest, they would be ecstatic. Everyone had different uses for money and Lu Yin was just too short of it. This Ah Fan in front of him didn't care if he had money or not, as long as he had enough for his cultivation. That was Lu Yin's initial impression of Ah Fan as a pauper. Alright, if you don't have money then agree to the first condition. If you lose, join Sandios. Ah Fan didn't refuse. He wasn't doing well at Shanggu Academy and he was worried about where to go next. Sandios wasn't a bad choice as he could get closer to Lu Yin and challenge him at any time. The two of them weren't in an obvious location, but it wasn't too remote either. Do you want to go somewhere else? Ah Fan asked. Lu Yin slowly raised his right palm. It's just one attack. Hurry up. Ah Fan's eyes went wide. Lu Yin was looking down on him. Alright, then I'll make my move. The star energy in his palm transformed into a strangely shaped weapon that looked like a blade. He slashed out. Lu Yin disappeared and reappeared right in front of Ah Fan. His palm landed on Ah Fan's head but it didn't land. Ah Fan's eyes flickered and his face paled. His full-powered attack had been dissolved into nothingness, and it hadn't even damaged the ground. Even though Lu Yin's palm hadn't landed, Ah Fan could feel the power behind it. If Ah Fan had been suppressed by Lu Yin's overlaying stacks during the ported battles, then this battle with Traceless Autumn Dew showed the difference between them. Lu Yin retracted his palm. You're too serious and focused on your own attacks. The difference between us is too great and your attacks are useless against me. Why don't you think of a way to keep an eye on me? Maybe you'll be able to dodge my attack if you try. Ah Fan smiled bitterly. So what if I can dodge your attack? If it's a battle to the death then I won't be able to dodge the second attack. The difference is too great. Lu Yin didn't know what to say. His speed, strength, battle techniques, experience and everything else far surpassed this person in front of him. He couldn't even think of words of comfort. Actually, you're not bad. There aren't many people in the same generation who can withstand my 7 stacks without dying. You're one of them, Lu Yin said. He was referring to how Ah Fan had withstood the 7 stacks during the ported battles and had been heavily injured by the 8 stacks. He had only died after the 9 stacks. Although Lu Yin hadn't used his battle force at that time, the power of his palm had been enough to instantly kill an area master of the Astral Combat Academy. In other words, Ah Fan was comparable to an area master of the Astral Combat Academy. Ah Fan felt even more bitter. Was this supposed to be consolation? He obviously knew that he wasn't too bad and was ranked at the top of Shanggu Academy, but he still couldn't accept it. They were about the same age, so why was there such a huge gap between them? He had always been a genius and he had lost many ported battles. However, he had always comforted himself with the fact that his opponent was much older than him. Lu Yin had thoroughly awakened him and his vision was no longer limited to the North Line flow zone, but to the entire universe. Ah Fan left with bitterness and unwillingness in his heart. 7th bro, that's too cruel. You could have gone easy on him, the monkey complained. Lu Yin calmly replied, what's the point of that? It's not like he doesn't know the difference between us. No matter what, he'll still be your subordinate in the future. It doesn't matter. I'm only interested in his background and strength. He's still far from being able to compare to Zhou Xian, and he's probably still lacking compared to Xianxia. How heartless. Even I feel sorry for that guy. Anyway, 7th bro, you challenged Northgate Lai tonight. Are you confident that you can win? The monkey asked. Lu Yin thought about it as he walked. Maybe. The Divine Fist said that he had mastered 30 stacks and defeated someone at the bottom of the top 100 rankings. I should be able to do it as well. Do you really believe what he says? The universe is so big and there are so many people in the younger generation that it's impossible to count them all. You can imagine how much of a freak they are if they're able to rank in the top 100. Their battle techniques, experience and vision are all top-notch. Don't compare them to those two idiots you defeated in San Dios, the monkey said disdainfully. Lu Yin naturally knew this as he had exchanged blows with Wendy Yushan before. Although he had been instantly defeated, he had still fought with Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin's battle with Northgate Lai would take place a few days after the Northgate platform competition. Not long after, news of Lu Yin and Northgate Lai's upcoming battles spread. It was obvious who had spread the news, as Northgate Gang and the others wanted the entire Northline flow zone. No, the entire universe, to know about it. Nonsense. Lu Yin is one of the 10 arbiters. Do you think you can beat him as you please? So, 10 is also here. Northgate Kong, the head of the Northgate family, roared. Northgate Lai and Northgate Gang were standing in front of him. Father, that Lu Yin is too arrogant. He actually wants to sit at the head of the table. He's clearly looking down on Big Brother, Northgate Gang said unhappily. Northgate Kong roared, then let him sit. Slapping Lu Yin's face is equivalent to slapping the 10 arbiters' faces. This is different from a student challenging Astral 10. Lu Yin is now representing the 10 arbiters, so it doesn't matter if he loses. This person has nothing to do with us. Do you know what the outside world is saying? They're all saying that our Northline flow zone is trying to expel the 10 arbiters' council. Northgate Lai frowned. Father, it can't be that serious. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.